This conference will now be recorded.
All right, welcome everyone. Today is September 16th, 2025, and this is a meeting of the Heber City Council. This is the work meeting. It is now 4:03 p.m. The council members, that are in attendance are Mike Johnston, Sid Ostergaard, and myself, Heidi Franco. We have Yvonne Barney excused. We also have Scott Phillips excused till later today. We hope that Aaron Cheatwood will join us soon, but we're going to get started because the first item on the work meeting is the 100 West Design Field Trip. So we're going to be pausing the recording until we're done with the field trip, and any of you that are out there that want to join us, we're going to 100 West, 100 South, down to 300 South to discuss the 100 West road design. We will join you back in a little bit. We are going now on the field trip. Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
We're good? Oh, no, I still got to wait for one. Wait, Scott is here, right? Can you show the participants online, please?
Can you now? Test 1, 2.
Okay. All right, welcome again, everyone. This is still a meeting of the Heber City Council on September 16th, 2025. Welcome to all of you here in the chambers as well as online. We are coming back from a field trip where we walked blocks along 100 West to look at some future designs. Okay, so I need to announce the council members that are here in attendance. In the chamber, we have Sid Ostergaard, Aaron Cheatwood, myself, Heidi Franco, and Mike Johnston. Online, we have council member Scott Phillips, and council member Yvonne Barney is excused. All right, so we're going to work on our second agenda item for the work meeting, which is the Heber Light and Power utility box discussion. Matt or council, do you want to ask questions first to Jason, or do you want Jason to go first?
I'm good to have the presentation first.
Okay,
or whatever he doesn't
have
a presentation. Never mind.
We invited them to be here to follow up any questions that you may have seen while walking on the field trip. So they're here just as a resource to us.
Okay, if that's the case, let me restate some stuff for the public that wasn't available to come, realizing they could have come. We just walked over on 100 West between 100 South and call it 250 South. One of the things we talked to Jason and Riley about was the necessity for the switch box, which is the box that currently has the Heber Creeper train wrap around it on the south side of the Park Engineering building. Gentlemen, if you could explain again for the people that weren't here on the walk why those switch boxes are needed, why they're as tall as they are, and what other option there might be. Mentioned the vault and what that would look like. That'd be great, I think.
Yeah, you know, those switch boxes are large. I get that. You know, that's why we opened one so you guys could see exactly what's entailed there. And you know, they are a requirement on the system once we go underground. You know, even up in North Village area, we get a lot of pushback for the switches that get installed. You know, it's just one of those pick your poison type things. You know, and on those main feeders, you know, those have to be that big wire that I showed you out there. You know, that's 1100 aluminum, and that's our standard main feeder conductor. You know, there's once you kind of spin off, you can go to some smaller equipment, but based on the rate we're growing and everything, we've just pulled out way too much like 4-aught conductor and replaced it with 1100 because the feeder circuits just keep growing. So that's kind of been our default 3-phase feeder conductor.
And can you correct my understanding here on a restate of where those are needed? In that those are needed when we transition from a above ground, so a pole structure, to a below ground, in addition to would be needed wherever there is a major three-phase, in the future, a major three-phase development, so a three-phase transformer development or something like that, where they might be needed mid-block or something like that. So that if we were to think about burying an entire block or another block, it's only where the above ground to below ground transition is necessary that size switch box is necessary.
Yes. We've got to continue to serve whoever we're serving on that line. And wherever there's a transformer on the pole, that transformer has to come and get installed in that relative same location. And at that point, we also need to, fuse and protect that transformer. So, like I say, the equipment might go down in size depending, but just take like a typical URD underground installation, like out north of town. Anytime that we feed a single phase circuit out to go, like, run a loop around a block and set transformers, we got to come out of one of those switches to do that. That's how we have to design that way on those underground systems. So as you look at taking sections underground, we're here to help, and we can, really pinpoint exactly what type of equipment needs to go in, throughout the process. But there's just, our hands are tied in some locations to having to add that equipment. So
One quick follow-up question I had from our walk: if we didn't, and I'm not making a decision right now, but if we didn't decide to bury the lines on 100 West and instead waited for development pressures to dictate that, whether it's commercial development or redevelopment of residences in the future, is there something that we could work with Heber Light and Power to put into either our codes, or Russ might even know that it's already in a code? Is there some way to um, ready those units for an underground service? Meaning, could they have an aerial service for now, but get ready with a box on their own, get ready with a line on their own that goes out to the road or to where the underground connection might be in the future, and just not energize that line, leave that there in case in the future we came back and buried that line, so we wouldn't be digging up all those properties as things develop?
once again, very hard to really know where that next developer, say a developer goes in there, tears a house down, puts in a business, what their voltage and service requirements going to be, where they would actually like their transformer located on their property. That's all stuff that we work with that developer on, especially when you start talking about, going from what was a typical 12208 voltage house to a three-phase 12208. Sometimes they want that transformer located in a particular area to where we'd have to come out of the switch and go to where they want their transformer located on their property. So once again, I don't want to go and put a bunch of basements in and bury them and maybe hit it. So I just think anticipation and that type of stuff is really hard. I think the onus goes on that developer at that point. And with directional boring technologies and things like that today, I don't see where you're digging up your assets necessarily. It's sometimes just better to do a directional bore to where they want it.
Okay.
Scott, do you have anything you'd like to add or ask online since you missed the field trip?
No, I'm just listening, trying to get caught up here.
Okay.
So thanks again for coming out. Again, we want to work with all our utility providers and make sure, because this is a big undertaking, what we're trying to do and what we're planning down here. So we want to make everybody somewhat happy and still, provide what the vision of this Envision Central Heber will be. So again, yeah, thank you for coming out. It was very helpful for all of us to see, especially open up the big box and seeing, holy moly, that's a lot of wires going in there. And then understanding how much it does take to put it underground, and the cost of that it's not cheap. And so again, thank you.
Mayor, quick question.
Sure.
Jason, what's your standards now about sharing an electric trench with fiber?
And we've shared trench with fiber. Our conduits are deeper, and then we'll allow, foot or two of separation if they're on the other side of the trench. No big deal.
Okay, cool. Cool.
I just thought of another question. So Jason, you had mentioned another option, which nobody's really talked about yet, but we mentioned it since we were walking around and looking at it. In the plans that we'd seen for the first west transition, which may not be where we land, but there was a plan where the block between between 200 South and 300 South, the road and the sidewalk both moved further to the west, which would necessitate either moving poles or burying. You had mentioned there was an option to maybe not move poles and to either go higher or to move the poles. Can you tell us a little bit about what the going higher option would do, and then if it's possible, what a cost would look like to keep the pole in the same relative space but move it 10 feet further in, for instance?
Yeah, staying overhead is definitely going to be a lot cheaper than taking it underground. And by moving in at the current height, we run into the tree problem, the current tree problem. And that's why, I said, that could be an option that is cheaper, that gets that utility, closer to the city's, public utility easement where you want it to be. And like I say, it also, I've seen this in a few different areas where, the power companies just went and we're not talking like a transmission structure like you see out on 40. We're talking distribution structures, typically wood poles, but we could also go with like guyless steel options, which gets rid of a lot of down guy wiring. But going a little bit higher and getting above that tree line, with just the energized conductor, it lifts all those utilities, the telecom and everything up out of sight lines. And it does clean it up. It can also get rid of some poles, because you can span further because you're a little bit taller. So
How tall, Jason?
we'd have to, like I say, we'd really have to take a look at that. I hadn't seen, that plan, but as Sid was going through it, I just thought, that could be an option that we could get you a number on as to what that would look like, by just moving that overhead line and getting those conductors above the tree line.
So it's currently what, a 35-foot pole?
Yeah, they're 35s and 40s.
5 to 40, you said? Okay.
Yeah.
And
If you had to guess, are we talking?
are we talking
80 or
50?
50?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you just had to guess how high,
I
what
had
is
to
the tree
guess.
line we'd be trying to avoid?
The height up to be above the trees.
If I had to guess, I'd say that right now, if we rebuilt that line at 65 to 70 feet, we'd be in pretty good shape. And like I say, it's really not that much higher. And we're not talking great big structures either. We're talking, wood poles like are there now. and just rebuilt. I think it'd clean it up a lot, quite honestly, just from a, electric utility guy's perspective. So
If you did that, realizing you haven't done the engineering, but would it be likely, do you think, on that block we were just looking at, Tony? Yeah, there you go. Just hold it for a second. So that next block down where there's 3 poles and there's one right at the edge of the block. There's one right down the middle of the block. There's one at the other edge of the block. If we moved up that high, would we likely go to 2 poles in that kind of a scenario? Or is it over time we might end up with less poles? Because that one's got 3. So to go fewer, it's only 2, right?
yeah, it'd be over the entire line. So like, I mean, if in my opinion, like you'd look at your whole project, the full length of it, and what would it take to move that overhead line, that entire project, I think we'd get rid of a few structures. That block, right,
Maybe not.
maybe not.
Yeah. Okay.
So what is the cost of the taller poles and the redoing of all of that line compared to the undergrounding that we discussed before?
Or what's the cost too of just keeping the same height and moving?
Estimation, you don't have to give
Yeah,
exact.
Yeah, any
that's really-
ideas?
We're just trying to get an idea of apples.
Well, I think Riley gave you kind of the number to go underground on that section. And, usually when we're doing overhead to underground analysis, it's 4 to 1.
There you go. Perfect.
What was the number? Just because Scott wasn't there and we roughly, right, like what was the number?
Per block would be about $150,000. That's just wire and equipment. That's no excavating, that's no conduit. That's just material, wire.
Yeah.
And labor.
And so triple that as what Russ says, which I agree.
Sorry, double it for the trenching and the conduit, and then when you throw on top of it all the individual services and things that have to be done to each home, it might be triple. I don't know, it might be.
Is there
That's where the overhead
400,000.
comes into that 4 to 5 to 1. It's just so labor intensive.
where overhead is there right now? Is it, I mean, hypothetical guess at a cost to take the existing pole and make it, per pole, maybe take one pole out, make it significantly higher. Is that a couple $100,000? What does it cost to make a significantly higher pole?
Per block?
Let's say we left it in the same spot. We're not moving it. Just make it, raise everything up.
Cost of a pole and some labor to do it. I mean,
The rewiring? The wiring?
If we left the wire the same, it would.
Even if you lifted it higher?
We could lift it higher. We wouldn't have to re-pull any wire.
Can I ask if the poles here in front of St. Lawrence are taller than the ones that are further down the block? They seem to look taller. St. Lawrence, Tony.
While we're doing that, so if we,
Poles taller.
what we're saying, we're going to move it 10 feet to the west. Okay, we have trees that we're trying to preserve. Guess what we'll do to those trees? They're going to have to come and trim them and, take them out because they can't be underneath.
That's why I'd say we want to go above tree line.
So you say
If we want to survey those trees and go above tree line, so
Yeah,
we're
those
just topping
trees-
them. So we're just topping them when we trim and not side cutting them and doing the stuff that we'd have to do right now.
Estimation, they're
So
probably anywhere from 40 to potential of 60 feet. So
we just have to
we
get that
did that-
survey.
Yeah.
Just looking at those trees, I'm guessing somewhere in that 65 to 70 foot range, we'd be able to clear them.
and you'd be okay with that, with a tree under. I know other power companies
It's
don't
topping
like
trees,
it.
that's pretty healthy for the tree. If all we're doing is just topping them and keeping them underneath. It's when we start side cutting them and V cutting them and stuff like that that really makes a tree kind of ugly.
knowing you're not an arborist, it theoretically, if we did move in the 10 feet and went up above the tree line, are we talking a lot? How much ground disturbance is that to move a pole? Is it basically a borehole for the pole?
The borehole.
That's relatively minimal.
Yeah, we'd probably just go through and bore all that. I think that's all borable or at least back truckable. So
Is that pole at the on center that you can see sticking up past the truck to the north? Is that pole any taller than the rest of them? It's hard to get the angle.
It is taller because double circuit, one circuit goes east and west, the other one goes north and south, so it is all.
That
It
40
seems to
that
be
40,
above
45
tree
something
line
like
is
that.
what I'm saying.
I'm guessing that's 45, 50-ish, probably.
Okay. Do we know if those trees that we're trying to preserve are at their top height? Or are they going
I
to
think
continue to
they
grow?
are, yeah,
They look very mature.
yeah.
I
Yes.
mean, yeah.
In
Okay.
fact, the one in front of Bennett's, the juniper, um, their father brought it down or grandfather brought it down and planted it years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, like I say, to do that, I think that you would want to, one, do the entire project and move that overhead line in the whole way. Let us determine where we can, I mean, a lot of the ugly is the down guys. So by going with like, you know, a guyless steel pole, kind of really cleans up that area from the overhead perspective as well. But we can put an estimate together and come back and discuss that further if the council wants to.
I think we have a plan right now. If everybody agrees upon what we discussed today and leaving them right there until it's needed and development comes in and, you know, it might make sense to go higher or underground. So me personally, I think we have a plan.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking, I mean, obviously Scott hasn't seen this, Yvonne hasn't seen it, but if we look at the new plans you had today, Sid, you know, I don't know, it looks like three potential parking spots are impacted by those poles. And if they were to move inward to the property line and go higher, I'm just thinking through, that's a relatively low impact on a consumer, and we get the poles further away from a car. So we're less likely to crash into a pole. We're less likely to have that, you know, I mean, even if we did nothing else, if we didn't change anything else, we could move the poles in a little bit, go higher over the tree line without any real major impact, and give us a lot more either parking space or maybe space to shrink up that planter strip a little bit where we're trying to preserve where the pole is right now. The other question I had, and I know the question was for Russ, but and Russ, I appreciate your answer, but just asking the question in here is, you know, we're talking a lot about not having the same kind of parking on that block because of how far that the easement goes into those established yards. Not in every case, but in some cases. If, you know, one of the questions I've got is if we didn't need that side, so the west side sidewalk, and moved those poles, do we get back to a parallel, or do we get back to an angled parking option? Which it kind of seems like we might, but we'd have to know that. We'd have to leave parallel on that side.
Well, I mean, the difference in asphalt between angled parking and parallel parking is 10 feet. The sidewalk that we had planned on one side was 6 feet. Sid's kind of proposal here is 5, but you can see 6 feet's different than 10 feet. So I don't know if you get all the way there. We'd have to look at it and kind of evaluate it. There would be some areas you probably would, and some areas where you wouldn't. I do think that you're talking about an area that's going to be developed commercial and mixed use on the west side, and I think that sidewalk is important.
Yeah. So it's important to preserve it. You know, for right now, I think a 5 foot, in my opinion, is doable for a residential. If it becomes a commercial, yeah, then we can expand into the park strip. With the existing poles next to the parallel parking, you're about 5 feet from top back of curb. So that is good enough for a car to swing a door without hitting it. So I feel comfortable with that.
Need to be able to move around where they park, especially on a parallel.
So, but I'm good with that. So, and I've done this enough that I feel comfortable with that. You think about in a parking structure, your parking stalls are only at the most 10 feet. So you have over, you have 8 plus 5, so whatever that makes. So I feel comfortable with that. Yep.
Any other questions, any other comments you two want to make? So do you want, council, do you even just want to look at the higher pole price just to be able to compare it and just see if you think it's feasible or reasonable for this design? Do you want to look at that?
Yeah, Mayor, the reason I asked about that is just, I'm thinking if we moved the poles and Sid, I appreciate you saying, preserving that sidewalk, but the sidewalk doesn't exist right now, right? Um, if we thought about not needing a sidewalk and moved the poles a little bit, we get back 10 feet really quickly, right? Without actually moving the road itself, without moving the asphalt very far. And that was the thought process there, is just, if we move the poles a little bit, we don't need as big of a park strip as big as a landscape area to be able to hold those poles
You
anymore.
wouldn't have a landscape area. You wouldn't. If you notice here, Aaron, on that I'm pointing just off of First, kind of in the middle block by the wave, we have angled parking. So this.
And I don't mean on both sides. I just mean if we kept the one side, right? Like, so if we went to parallel still on the west side, but kept the angled plan on the east side against the park, we wouldn't need the full
It would go,
change. We would only
yeah,
need
it
the
would go
difference
back
between
to
those
what
two.
Russ presented with Horrocks' plan.
Yeah, and Russ, I appreciate you listening. That was the one block I actually, I liked it. So it's good to just think about the options here. It sounds like we could potentially achieve the same thing without having to bury the entire block, which is not something I understood last time. So it's super helpful to have done the walk and to hear from Heber Power, because going higher wasn't even on my radar.
No, not mine either. I know people love that view.
What's that?
Well, no, it's actually, it's a good thing. I mean, as I looked through the heights of those antennas, I realized that the higher they are, the less people see them actually, right? And to your point, if the pole itself is higher and there's fewer poles, the conduit or the lines are less visible at that point, because they're actually smaller and they're way higher. It's an
Yeah,
interesting.
I was in Salt Lake today, and there's a walkable district going up to the LDS Churches Mall, through an older part of Salt Lake there, and that's what they did. It's not underground. It's they went in with some taller poles. Now, granted, the buildings are a lot taller there, so they're not even noticeable, but because it's in an alley, but yeah, it gets all that utility equipment out of the sight line for sure.
Jason, what would it, I don't want to put a lot of work on you, but what would it take to do just a preliminary guess? I mean, it's not a design, it's just, okay, this is
Oh,
$500,000, or this is, for 4 blocks. I don't want to do 1 block. If we're going to move them, we're going to move 4 blocks.
yeah, we can do a down and dirty estimate of 4 blocks without engineering,
Okay.
just do
That would
it.
be interesting to me,
So, yeah, we can do
about
that.
moving the poles back and up so that the trees stay.
Yeah.
It's not something that was on my radar at all, that we could potentially, change the road a lot without having to underground everything. Because undergrounding is seeming more and more out of spec. It just seems to be. I wish we had CRA money to throw at it, but we don't, right? And I know that's one of the plans is making it easier for the commercial redevelopment. I think it might still make good sense for commercial redevelopment, but I just don't see that today with the 100 West design. Which again, super grateful we had the field trip, because it wasn't even on my radar at all. So
Yeah.
glad we talked through that.
So, yeah, and just another comment, if we expand it, we expand the asphalt, we expand hardscape versus softscape, if we keep the same.
Mhm.
Again, we're providing for softscape places to store snow and stuff like that. If we expand it, then it's a little bit more tricky to, maintain.
I don't have any other questions.
Anything else? Scott, do you have any other questions?
Nope, that sounds good to me. I appreciate the work you guys did today.
Right. Thank you very much, Jason and Riley. We appreciate your time and expertise. All right, we're going to go to our third agenda item, Russ, for the work meeting, which is the Mill Road and 980 South intersection improvement options. Russ Funk has a presentation for us.
Give me a minute here to pull up the agenda. Do we have that here, Tony? Are we both trying to control or just me?
Bottom right, you click on printing agendas.
Let's see. I don't know where you're at. Is it here?
No,
Oh,
it's
you don't
it's
already
the
have the
end.
agenda up.
It's the end of the first row. There you go.
I thought you were saying you already had the minutes pulled up, so that's fine. I got her. Thanks. Tony. Okay, Mayor and Council, we've had several discussions about doing some improvements to the school crossing on Mill Road and 980 South. As you know, we've got two schools east of this intersection. This is a major road in the city, Mill Road. It's a major collector, a major transportation corridor, yet we've got two schools east, about a block and a half, 2 blocks from this area. One is an elementary school, one is a junior high school. The request has been given to look at options for safety improvements. I have kind of 6 options or combinations of options to go over with you here. I want to just talk through each of those for a minute with you. This first option, then we'll look at prices, and then we'll kind of have a little bit more discussion. But this first picture here shows a couple things. One, it shows constructing bulb outs out into the right of way to reduce the distance that pedestrians have to cross. That's one benefit. The other thing is you're creating for the traffic flow side friction. When they see a visual reduction of the width there, it causes them to feel less comfortable with the speed that they're making, and they naturally slow down. So the bulb outs there are a big part of what is included here. The other thing that you're seeing here is an overhead hawk signal system. A hawk system, there's a picture here for those that aren't familiar with that, but basically it's a yellow flashing light system, overhead system. It's the same thing that we UDOT just installed down at, what is that, 850 South or whatever it is, on the south end of town. This is at an intersection, and when it's at an intersection, you can't do the red flashing lights. And the reason for that is because it's confusing to traffic in both directions when it's a red stoplight. When it's red here, these people think they can go. It's confusing, and so the guidance is you can do that mid-block when there's one direction of traffic, but when you're at an intersection, you just have flashing yellow lights. So we've got one right here also at 200 North on Main Street. That's what that looks like.
Russ?
Yeah.
Would the crossing guard activate those flashing yellow lights on the hawk system, or would they just stay on the whole time during the school crossing?
So that is the recommendation, and that's one of the things that I was researching. You can actually, when there's 2 options. My preference is that the reduced speed zone flashing lights would come on, they would be flashing, and then the crossing guard or whoever would activate the flashing lights for the crossing. The other option is that you can actually only rely on the reduced speed zone flashers, and you would actually wire it so that the other crossing thing is inactive when you go through. I think it would be better if the crossing guards activate it and you utilize both systems there.
So you're taking out the crosswalk on the north side of the intersection, but then allowing the one on the east side of the intersection, which I really like and think is needed. And then is that accurate in this proposal?
Yeah, that is. And by the way, I mean, that's something that we, let me back up a little bit right now. So the requirement is to provide a safe school route. It's not a requirement to provide the most convenient or the most easiest to take school route. Because the elementary school is on the north side of 980 South and the elementary is on the south side, the request was made a couple years ago to put crosswalks on both sides. And we can continue to do that, but the recommendation from any traffic engineer is that you keep one crossing across that busy road. And so that is the recommendation, but you need to recognize that what that will do is force junior high students to cross both directions and then back. They could either cross back here or down there. So it's the recommendation. It's not 100% mandated, but it is the recommendation from every traffic expert out there for clarification.
I'm fine with that, Russ. The safety is more important than them trying to go any way they want to here.
Yeah, there's some efficiency issues. I mean, obviously, if you cross them south and then bring them back and cross them north, you've got traffic backed up while you're holding them off. So there is some efficiency issues on the minor roadway, but it's the recommendation for the safest way to do it.
So just kind of walk me through it one more time, because you don't have to do this again for the other ones, okay?
Okay.
Would we need a crossing guard to take them on the east side south, and then another one to take them across, and then another one to take them back to the north?
So the way that they're operating it right now is with 2 crossing guards. The crossing guard, can you guys see my hand up there? Okay. So the way they're operating it right now is kids kind of pile up at this corner. This crossing guard comes out into the middle to stop traffic while those kids cross this way. At that same time, this crossing guard often comes out and stops traffic here. So you're doing these 2 locations, and then after they're to that point, you're doing these 2 locations. So it wouldn't take 3, it would continue to take 2. This option, by the way, is the Cadillac option. This is the most expensive option of the 3. So that's option 1. I'm going to go to option 2. By the way, this is overhead flashing signals. The next option is the same with everything, with the exception of, instead of overhead signals, we have what's called an overhead RRFB. An RRFB is just because you're asking right now, I'm going to forget the acronym, but something rapid flashing beacons, RRFB. And what they are, we have RRFBs at 12th East Mill Road on Center Street. They're the buttons you push, or rectangular rapid flashing beacons is what that acronym stands for. And instead of the yellow dome lights at the top that flash, it's kind of LED rectangular, smaller lights. So it basically operates the same. You have an overhead bar, but it doesn't require the same controller that a Hawk does, and so it's less expensive than a Hawk system.
Would the light stay on the whole time that the crossing guards are there?
No. So you'd have the reduced speed zone flashing lights before and after the speed zone that would flash the whole time during that 45 minutes before, 15 minutes after school time. And then the flashing rectangular lights would activate only when the button is pushed and the crossing guard. But so it can work 2 ways. One, while there's a crossing guard there, they can push it and they can guide kids across. And also when the school zone isn't active and we don't have crossing guards there, obviously you can push the button and you can get the flashing lights. So that's that option. Everything's the same. You've got the bulb outs. It's just a different system, less I guess complicated. You don't need the whole control box that you do for a regular signal. The next one is bulb outs with a standard RRFB. This is a picture of that. Basically, this is what that RRFB looks like. This is what we have at Mill Road. It's just, instead of overhead, it's on each side of the road at the crosswalk. So it points down at the crosswalk. It has the rectangular rapid flashing beacons right here. It's just not overhead. Everything else is the same.
Russ,
Yes.
we went to this. Could they moved out into the bulb out so they're more closer to their lane of traffic?
That is a great question, Mike.
The other
I don't know that there's not. I don't know that that's not allowed. But the idea is to point right there at the crosswalk to let people know, hey, there's a crosswalk right here. So we could check into
lights
that.
flashing.
but with the light flashing.
I think I realized on the other ones that the poles were out into the bulb outs. And so if this was in the bulb out, it's closer, it's more visible
Yeah.
than any current situation.
I agree.
Would there be any site concern, turning, stuff like that?
Out with a pole.
Those are things we'd have to verify. But so that's instead of overhead, basically it's at the side pointing down at the crosswalk ground level instead. The other three options are no bulb outs and then basically the same options. So hawk overhead, overhead signal, overhead RRFB without doing the bulb outs, and the standard RRFB without the bulb outs. You'll notice right here, I mean, so this is an option. We can do it on both sides. They've got it in this option. They've got one shown on both sides and keeping the crosswalk on the one side. If that was something we were going to do, and we can do it really with any option, it's just not recommended. I would recommend and talk to our crossing guards about making sure that they cone off the route that's not being used. So when the elementary school is using the south route, that they literally cone this off to not allow it, so that they're only working with this one. And then when the middle school is going, they would cone off this one and force them up to him. So that's an idea.
Do the crossing guards now use all 4 crossings or just 3?
Yes,
They use all 4.
they do.
Which school?
And it's very confusing if you drive through.
Oh, it depends on which school.
Yeah, so when I'm dropping off at TMS in the morning, it's the one that's on our right-hand side, so it's the north side.
Because they're different times.
That's
Right.
the one that's on the side of the road of that school
Okay.
already.
The challenge, of course, is getting the middle schoolers to be willing to cross south, cross Mill Road, and then cross north again. And so that's why they've just said, when the elementary school, we're going to use the south one. When it's the middle school, we're going to do the north one. The issue comes when you try to put in those overhead signals, and that is that those overhead signals are supposed to go at the crosswalk, and when you have 2, you're not necessarily at the crosswalk. So that's really the recommendation. Those RRFBs, I think you could do both, and you would put one in at each one. Cost estimate, I'm going to run over this real quick, and then I'm going to talk more about kind of recommendation here. But option 1, this is the first one I started with, the Cadillac system. It is the overhead hawk system and bulb outs. The estimate is $346,000. Option 2, you can see the significant drop. This has the bulb out and the overhead RRFB. You can look and see the significant difference in cost between a hawk system, which is overhead, and an overhead RRFB. There's a significant difference there. Option 3 would be the bulb out and the ground level RRFBs. And then you jump up to options 4, 5, and 6, and those are just no bulb outs, those same options. So that kind of gives you hierarchy of the cost and the range. Now,
Do we have any, since you just got to the cost, do we have any kind of school zone improvement, state school, any kind of grant or anything to help with any of the costs specifically to target school? Or are we already meeting the standard and therefore no?
Well, no, there are grant opportunities. For example, we have just been awarded a safe school route grant on 300 West to put a sidewalk in. That's been 5 years in the making to get that money. By the way, the city was awarded a significant amount. We were given a grant of the total project cost is about $1.6 to $1.7 million. And the city's obligation in that is 6.77%. And so there are significant grants available to us. That's really a topic for
Takes a long time to
topic for another time, but there are those, but we would be several years out on doing that. Okay, what I wanted to talk about now for a minute is, let me pull up Google Earth here and look at that intersection on Google Earth, if I may.
Mill Road's a 35 mile an hour, right?
Mill Road is currently 35 miles an hour. Our standard in the city is that collector roads design speed is 35 miles per hour. One of the challenges that we face is that on a new road where we don't allow properties to front on a collector road. You allow multifamily entrances, you can allow commercial entrances, things like that. In some instances, well, really they're multifamily, but you don't allow residential access on a collector road. But the way that Heber City was laid out, we're turning old roads into collector roads. That's just how it works with an old city. And so we ultimately end up having lots of properties front these collector roads. And so I can see that because of those fronting properties, we may want to look at reducing the speed on collector roads where there's a lot of residential fronting properties, but in general, 35 is good. That being said, I would support a 30 mile per hour speed on that. I don't think we should drop it down to 25, but I also think that we should increase the speed limit on Center Street to 30 miles an hour. Politically, is that going to go over well? Never. But
Already there.
one of the reasons I want to bring that up is just so you understand, you make decisions, people ask for things like, oh, let's put a 4-way stop in. Well, you know how I feel about that. I think it's less safe, but it is very hard to change back from a wrong decision on any of these kind of traffic things. It's very, very difficult. Sorry, I'm losing my, can you put in Heber there, Tony?
If with any of those things you gave us, though, you're not concerned about the flow of that constriction long term in non-school hours. Like it's not an appreciable difference to the flow and the intent of those streets.
No, I think it's good. I think it's good for people. What we're trying to accomplish here is we're trying to make it so that when people are approaching that intersection, they're recognizing that, oh, there's something here I need to pay attention to. And so that is why, right?
Same discussion we had on First West.
It is. Exact same discussion. So I want to tell you what I'm seeing out here. And the reason I want to tell you this is because my opinion is that of all of those things, of all of those options that we talked about, the most important thing we can do is those bulb outs. I strongly feel like the most important thing we do there is those bulb outs. And this is why. What I have seen happen out there on several occasions is that kids are piling up at this intersection, right? They're coming down here, they're coming down here. This crossing guard comes out, stops traffic so that they can cross here. A car at this location isn't clear whether they're supposed to stop because she's on this side road or whether they can go. Right now they're doing a better job. I think they've corrected this. This guy is coming out better to make it clear that they're supposed to stop. But what I've seen in the past is those kids start coming. This car's not sure if they can stop or go. And all of a sudden these kids all cut that corner. And that's where those that's where those close calls have come. And so I think they're doing a better job now, just so you know, of making sure the kids stop here and then cross them the other way. But because of that, I think those bulb outs are really important. The other thing, I've got a lot, sorry, and we can pause and come back to this if we need to. But the other thing, we've got bike lanes on both sides of Mill Road. These bulb outs, they will cause problems with those bike lanes. My recommendation is that we dash that bike lane and we cause those bikers to merge with traffic to come across there. There was ideas about, well, do we cut like through lanes for those bike lanes closer through these bulb outs or something? And my worry with that is that kids are going to take those shortcuts and skip the corner. And I don't think it's worth it. I think that the bulb outs are important. And I think that we need to, even though it may be political or bikers may be upset, I think the safest thing for the crossing is to put those bulb outs in and have those bike lanes merge with the traffic till they get through the intersection and then go back there. But the reason
as a cyclist, they're going to merge into a slower zone anyway, because we're causing it to be slower anyway.
Yeah, and again, you can't always control people and the decisions they make, but what you're trying to do is control the parameters, make it feel more constrained. But my recommendation top recommendation is that we do the bulb outs. I think that is the most important thing. From there, if you look at costs, and I've kind of wavered a little bit back and forth, but I think where I've settled here is that we do need flashers. We need flashers for a couple reasons. We need flashers just to kind of help with the feeling of pay attention, something's going on here. But we also need flashers available outside of school hours. And so if you look at the cost difference between our RFBs
right?
and the overhead,
It's 40 grand.
it's not that much. And so I think it's worth spending that extra money to go overhead. You think about when you're approaching this intersection, if you got a horizontal bulb out and something overhead, you're going to start thinking, wait a minute, I got to pay attention to what's going on here.
Agree.
The only added benefit I see of doing the full signal is that those signal poles also have lights directed at the cross traffic, but I don't think that that's as critical as it is on Mill Road, and I think the cost difference there is too significant to get any advantage out of that. So
So the cross traffic can see the yellow flashing lights going east and west as well as north and south.
correct. So that's really, to me, the one benefit of going that route. I mean, it is the most robust system, but is that one benefit where it's stop controlled anyway? Is that one benefit worth that extra $200,000? I don't know that it is. So if I was going to give you a recommendation, that's what it would be. It would be option 2. But from there, I just want to answer questions and get your thoughts.
So if we do option 2, could you in the future, let's say if it's needed, upgrade? Because you already have the overhead poles, right? Could you upgrade it to the option 1?
I think you potentially could. The poles may be a little different. I don't really think
I
they're
see.
significantly different.
I see.
I really think the extra cost is in the materials, both for the cabinet, the controller, and
I see.
the standard signal heads and stuff cost more than just those RRFBs too. So.
And you think about the neighborhood that it's serving, it's pretty dense. There's a lot of, kids, younger kids in there. So again, it could be, I'm kind of with you, Russ, maybe option 2. Seems like it's definitely bulb outs, 100%. I agree with that. But the Cobra head, whatever you want to call it, could work from a safety standpoint if they compress it, off hours. That kind of spoke to me. So
Russ, is the construction timeline on the bulb outs such that we'd want to be off school year, back into summer again, or is that something that could be done?
Soon.
We would have to figure it out. I think that we could do one side and then the other, keep the north side open and force all the kids that way, do the construction work on the south and then switch or something. We could figure it out.
That's at least possible though.
So
But is it
it's always easier to do things off season, but I think that, that's what you do. You
Fall
figure
break.
it out.
Yes,
What's
can we
that?
do it that soon?
Break.
Can we design it and get
Well,
it?
we
that-
need to get a design. No.
No, spring break, winter break.
What I can tell you is that if the council gives direction, we will expedite a design and get it ready to bid out as soon as we can and get it implemented as soon as we can. I have no idea as far as availability of poles and supplies. Generally, UDOT has all of their standard poles and things they have a supply of that you can get access to. It may just be contractor availability and time of year. UDOT has most of the contractors that do this kind of stuff on contract, and they have a backlog of work already. But
Yes.
I think we would just do our best. If that's the direction of the council, we would get it designed and bid it out as quick as we can and get it implemented. I don't think we would try to hold off or put it off.
None of the grants that you know of are such that we could spend up front and get some kind of recouping the funds, right? They're all pre-construction.
Yeah.
Is it possible to ask our police department what they think of any of these designs? Or did you already check with them?
You're of course welcome to talk to them. There are certain police officers that are involved with this, and there are certain police officers that aren't. I wouldn't like to put Lieutenant Rigby on the spot. I think the person to put on the spot would be Josh Weischer, but you're certainly welcome to reach out or invite him back or whatever it is that you want to do. Or if Lieutenant Rigby wants to open his mouth, he's welcome to, but it's a,
Would you use the microphone, please?
But for the most part, what I've noticed, that crosswalk on the east side that he's already got blocked out, my recommendation would be to definitely not include that one. A lot of that traffic that comes from the school, because of the fence line there on that north end, everybody seeps out into the intersection. That crosswalk gets covered with cars. And so if you're going to try and have kids trying to cross through there, you're going to be out in front of vehicles, out in the intersection. So I'm with Russ on that one, not doing that crosswalk on the east side.
so
It's the north
for
side,
clarity,
right?
it's the north side.
North.
Oh, is that north?
Yeah, that's the north. So this is the west side,
Yeah.
south side.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm saying on
Or
Mill
did you
Road.
mean, did you mean the east side on the actual?
The east side though. Because again, yeah, there's that fence line right there at that house and those trees, and people continue to go out in the intersection because they can't see beyond that.
To get around the corner
And so
or,
they're always crossing or covering that crosswalk to begin
Yeah.
with.
It would need to be during school hours manned by a crossing guard to try to stop traffic and keep them back while the kids cross. And then it's okay if they creep up, right?
Russ, you're proposing to move that crosswalk on the east side to make it further back from that fence viewpoint,
Yeah,
right?
but that's how this is drawn, but we can correct
Well,
that
I
in
didn't
the
know.
design.
I'm just trying to ask.
Yeah, the idea is instead of having corner ramps, the new direction from ProWag and the ADA people is
Be in front
corner
of the
ramps
bulb.
aren't good. You want them to be directional. And so that's all we're trying to do. But I still think we can be directional and shift that further to where we could have more site visibility there.
You get the benefit of the full narrowing too with the bulb.
Well, yeah, I'm
So
not,
that's great.
and if you look, I'm not narrowing Old Mill Drive or 980 South because we do need all 3 lanes there. Only narrowing Mill Road to keep the ability for 3 lanes. But so we wouldn't be bulbing out further into Old Mill Drive.
Also, I think it makes sense to have Russ talk to Officer Weischer and come back and tell us what thoughts are there. He's just got a lot of experience with seeing that, or even the school officers, the folks that have been at the schools. They've
And if you could even,
many days I see them out helping, even though they're not assigned to that.
Yeah, they try to have somebody here because of the complaints, and just so you know, we have spoken a lot. We've spoken about the concerns that I've seen out there, and that's why they've tried to address some of those concerns. And so I don't think this is new. If you want us to talk to them, we can. The only I think basically the input that would be important from them is it important to keep that north one? We're not going to be able to get rid of any of the other ones. But is it important to keep the north one, and how do we work that out with the ultimate solution? I really do think we should get rid of one, but I don't think it's going to change. I think certainly welcome to do that. It's just going to slow down the process a little bit. So
I would like to know what the crossing guards think about the north, since they use it now, and maybe they would give us something to change, our mind.
okay.
I would agree. Let's let the
At least
police
ask.
and the crossing guards check it out, if you don't mind. We're going to get some practical insight there.
Yeah.
That's
plus side
fine.
of-
The question is that going to change the overall design and direction, or is that just going to add in that one? You may be, if the recommendation was an overhead RRFB and the recommendation was bulb outs, whether or not we paint that other crosswalk and keep it is a very minor detail of the design.
Oh, can you clarify one question for me? Because
I get
I
it.
think it's the answer to what you just asked. As someone that takes this twice a day, sometimes, I realize that people speed through it. I think that's the part of the intersection that's broken. Largely, I think, at least my experience has been that when it's TMS time and they're blocking the north one, it seems to work pretty well. And the reason I think that is nice is because then the traffic can still turn left and go down to 1200 and get out of the road, right? We don't back up as much. When it's elementary school time and they're using the south one, that seems to work pretty well because then the traffic can turn right out of there.
Yeah.
Is there a reason you wouldn't do the north and the south and the west and get rid of the east?
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
I've never thought it crossing on the east side makes any sense.
yeah, the reason again is
I'm sorry, I misunderstood that.
it's okay. The recommendation that I'm giving is the overhead RRFB. Whenever you have an overhead crossing signal, you want that overhead crossing signal or whatever it is to be at the crosswalk. So the only reason, the only concern about not or about keeping that crosswalk on the north side is that now you're operating a crosswalk where the flashers are 75 feet away on the other side.
Why not though? And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, 'cause
I
now
did
you're-
understand that part.
Yeah, okay.
Why not put it on the north side and an overhead crossing? So just get rid of the east one. So move that east one to the north. End up with west, south, and north. And they do what they do now, which is split. They're either on the north side or the south side, depending on where school is going.
Oh yeah, you just the only reason is because you do have students that are already on this side and they come down, they're going to elementary, or you have students that are coming up this side of the road and they're not gonna deal with these two crossings on Mill Road, but this is a junior high student and he needs to get to the north side. So you need to provide a crosswalk there for the.
I think it would be valuable to interview the crossing guards there and because they live it and breathe it every
I am
day.
so happy to do it. I just don't think it's going to change the overall direction that the council wants to go, because if I change and put a ramp and a and striping right here, fine, that's an easy design change to make in the middle of design. So if you give us direction that this is the general direction we want to go and we include those in the design meetings with our engineer, that's great. If you want to get that feedback before we move forward, that's also fine. Recognize that's going to be just another 2-week delay to get it done and started. So
But if we, on the north side, if we provide striping, we're going to have to provide handicap access no matter what.
Yeah, but which isn't a big, I mean, it's not a big
No,
cost. It's a $1,500 ramp cost. You're already doing a bulb out. It's not a big deal.
Okay, so we'll bring this back, council, in the action items, and we'll give Russ direction on that. Good discussion. Okay, we're going to end our work meeting, and council, we can continue right now into the regular meeting since we had our field trip, or do you want to take a break?
I'm okay with that, a break.
Yeah, let's keep on going.
Let's keep on going. All right, excellent. Everyone, welcome to our regular meeting of the Heber City Council. Today is September 16th, 2025. It is now 6:11 p.m. and welcome to all of you. I want to welcome the council members that are here in attendance. We have Sid Ostergaard, Aaron Cheatwood, myself, Heidi Franco, and Mike Johnston. We also have Scott Phillips remote online. Yvonne Barney is excused. Okay, we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Yvonne is not here, so I will do it for her. And then after the pledge, Sid Ostergaard is assigned to give a prayer, or a thought. But if any of you want to come forward to give a prayer or a thought, you're welcome to, and we'll take it from there. Would you please rise?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So if there's anybody that wants to come up and do a prayer or a thought, please do. All right. If not, there's some tragic things that happened to our country this past week, and I won't go on and talk about a lot of it, but hopefully what has happened will bring us a little bit closer together. It kind of affected us here in the Heber Valley. It was just down at UVU, which was very surprising and very touching or not touching, but very concerning that things like that can happen. So hopefully we can use that to, rally the troops and come together as a community. There's other things that are happening. 'Tis the season for the elections. So I want to reach out to every Heber citizen and do your homework, especially on the candidates. We have really solid candidates that are running for great positions. And it's very important that you do your homework and understand where they stand and where they would be if they become mayor or a council member, where they stand when it comes to Heber City. So I would recommend do your homework, make sure you understand where they stand, and if that's what you believe in, vote for them. Okay, that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Sid. All right, our next part of the meeting are the awards, and we have several tonight, which is very, it's wonderful to honor our excellent employees. So our first award, Alicia Fairborn, would you like to come forward? She is going to recognize Trina Cook, our city recorder, for achievement of the Master Municipal Clerk designation.
Council, Mayor. For those of you that don't know, my name is Alicia Fairborn, and I am the city recorder for Hideout. I also represent the UMCA board. I'm the secretary on the UMCA board. Lucinda Thomas is online. She wanted to be here really badly, but she unfortunately didn't make it in time. So, and she is the education director. We do want to thank you for this opportunity to recognize Trina. We, as the UMCA membership, it stands for Utah Municipal Clerks Association. We have a partnership with the International Institute of Municipal Clerks, and we have these wonderful programs that provide our members with educational and networking support. And we promote positive professional interaction with elected officials, the staff, and the general public. And the program enhances the awareness and the value of the municipal clerk and recorder's position. The international organization offers 2 certification programs. These programs are administered locally here in Utah by the Municipal Clerks Association, and we've developed an amazing partnership with Southern Utah University to provide the educational opportunities for these programs. Trina has completed the certified municipal clerk designation, and to obtain this, and I'm going to do this too because she didn't let me do this one for her, so I'm doing both of them tonight. To obtain the certified municipal clerk designation, she has to actively be working in a municipality performing the duties of a clerk or recorder. She has to complete university level coursework, earning a minimum of 60 educational points and 50 points related to work experience. 1 point is received for every 2 hours of class time, so 60 points reflects 120 hours of class time, obviously. Now Trina has fulfilled the requirements to obtain the Master Municipal Clerk designation, which is an advanced continuing education program that prepares clerks and recorders to perform more complex municipal duties. This program has an extensive and rigorous educational component of 60 advanced educational points of university level training, which require 120 hours of class time. Additionally, a social contribution of 40 points is required for that one. So as you can imagine, it does take many years to attain these certifications. We are very fortunate that Matt, city manager, and the city council, mayor, we recognize you helping to recognize the improvement of the employee skills and knowledge through continuing education and professional development opportunities. We do salute you and Heber City for your forward thinking. And just on a personal note, I would not be where I am today if it weren't for Trina's guidance and leadership. And she's been such a mentor to me. I have reached out to her more times than I can count. And she has always made time for me. Never, ever lost patience with me or anything. She's just an amazing recorder and a friend. And Heber City is very lucky to have her. It is our privilege to honor Trina with this award tonight, recognizing her professional developments. Sorry, I'm a crybaby. Can we get a couple of pictures?
Yes, and I'd like to call on Lucinda I'd like to call on Lucinda Thomas, who's online. Lucinda, you're off mute. Would you like to say anything too?
I would love to if I can.
Yes.
Trina is so amazing. She really is. She has answers for everything. And she's a great asset to our UMCA association and always willing to help and do whatever is needed. We just love her and love to have her a part of our association too. So
That's great. Thank you very
Thank
much,
you, Lucinda.
thank
All
you.
right. Would you like to come up here to get pictures, everyone? Why don't we join Trina?
Can you expect a speech afterwards?
Congratulations, Trina.
I will.
Right, now we're ready for our next awards. I would like to make the Mayor's Award to 3 people: Arborist Parker Sweat, Building Official Kurt Davis, and Planning Manager Jamie Barron. If you 3 would come forward, I would so appreciate it, and let me talk about you when you come up here. Come on. Come on up. Go ahead and stand right here in front. All right, so for our new arborist, Parker Sweat, we want to recognize him for his outstanding work on the landscaping roundabout of 550 East and Heritage Farms Parkway. Tony, can you pull that up so people can see this if you haven't seen it already? He did the design, he did all of the installation, and it looks great. So we're so thankful that you fixed that weed patch and made it look this good. Thank you. All right, and then I'm going to read the nomination from Tony Kohler to Kurt Davis and Jamie Barron. He said, Mayor, I want to nominate Jamie Barron and Kurt Davis for a Mayor's Award for their work and dedication in getting the Main Street Park band shell completed. Without their hard work, this project could have not been completed. They found a way through extreme budgetary constraints, contractor constraints, design constraints, grant constraints, time constraints, and many diverse opinions from the council, the staff, and the public to get the band shell completed. They had to take time from their already full schedules to find a way to meet more often with the stakeholders, the property owners, and the contractor. And each of them also worked after hours, before hours, and over weekends to help get this project done. This project also required Jamie to learn new skills, as he had never been a project manager before. Tony, is there anything else you'd like to say about Kurt and Jamie? All right, well, here's your mayor's coins. Parker's already received his at another meeting, and then you probably already received your bonus. Is that right? I think so. Okay.
Look at his face.
You guys are the best.
Of course, it's on the day when we all have to come down there. I'm just giving you a hard time.
Everyone, we're ready to move on to our next agenda item. And thank you for enjoying that time with us, because we do like to reward our employees that do excellent jobs. The next agenda item is the conflict of interest disclosure. And as mayor, I need to make sure that those things are disclosed according to state code. I've received a conflict of interest disclosure from Mike Johnston regarding this Bush annexation public hearing that is coming up next. He is representing the Bush annexation as his client. Mike, is there anything else you want to say?
Just that's it. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
recusing myself for sure.
Are there any other conflict of interest disclosures? Anyone
Mayor?
online? Yes.
So I also submitted one months ago on the Heber Food Truck Court with Matt Hansen.
Yes.
He actually texted me. It's on the agenda for an action item. And he says he's got a family emergency and he cannot come.
Yep, that.
So if we could continue that till I'll have him get with Jacob about when he'd want to come back.
And that's the agenda item, everyone, that's later, the Heber Food Truck Court Development Agreement. Okay, thank you very much. No other, is there anyone online that wants to disclose a conflict of interest? Okay, it doesn't seem like it. One of our council members is online. All right, we're going to open up the public hearing now for proposed ordinance 2025-25, the Bush annexation. It is located at approximately 3450 North Highway 40. Is Jamie presenting on this, or you, Tony? Okay, yes, we'll get this going. And everyone, you will have your chance after the presentation to come up and give any comments that you would like during the public hearing. But this is a discussion only item. This is not meant to take action tonight on the annexation. Jamie, whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So yes, this is public hearing for the Bush annexation. And so Gary Bush is the petitioner for the property. The annexation is a total of 1.8 acres. Mr. Bush owns approximately 1.3 acres of that, and the other portion is owned by the Finch Creek development as it's as part of that private right of way. Just to clarify there. So just looking at this is on the north end of town, just south of Moulton Lane, right where the concrete retaining wall starts, where that private lane also connects up to Moulton Lane. So it's right here between UVU or the future University Parkway and Moulton Lane. So we received the application, and just going through the process, the council received the application, goes through the acceptance process. Council chooses to accept it for further study. The council went through that process, and it was completed and accepted. It went through a 30-day process for certification by our city recorder and our attorney. That was complete. We had a protest period. We did receive some protests. The Boundary Commission reviewed that and determined that there was not a valid protest at this time. And so they went through that process, and they said to continue with that. We went through the Planning Commission and had a recommendation from the Planning Commission, which I'll share with you in a minute, and that has been complete. Here we are with the public hearing. State code and it requires public hearings at City Council, not at Planning Commission.
Jamie, quick question on the
Yes.
protest. Do the people that did the protest know that it wasn't accepted at this point?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yes. So public hearing is always at City Council for annexation. So, and then the next step is for a decision by the council. Usually in this time we have multiple discussions with you, and as mentioned, or our recommendation tonight is to have the public hearing. I think there's a few issues that we're going to talk about. We're probably going to hear from some of the public, and then we would come back at a future meeting with a draft development agreement for the council to consider for action. So that's staff's recommendation at this time, at least. In looking at this, the Planning Commission did make a recommendation on August 12th, forwarded a positive recommendation with the conditions of being the zoning is University Village, all conditions of the city engineer. There's a summary in your packet that has those comments, and then affordable housing be deed restricted and conditions of the fire district be met. So those are their recommendations. In looking at our annexation policy plan, this is within the annexation policy plan. It's also within the general plan. The general plan identifies this area as kind of that scenic buffer. However, it's based on how close it is to the highway. It's adjacent to that is the University Village and Green and the neighborhoods with open space, and it's kind of on that, kind of on the extent there where those two zones meet or designations meet. The zoning in here in this area is two things. One is, let's start with the county zoning where it is now. It's classified as town core under Wasatch County's North Village overlay zone, which allows for 6 units or 6 ERUs per net acre. If we look at the city's zoning map, the purple is the University Village and the brown is the neighborhoods with open space. So it is surrounded on two sides by the University Village, but again, it's kind of in that area. Mr. Bush has requested that we give him density similar to what the county has. Again, town core, 6 units, 6 ERUs per net acre. The University Village allows for 6 ERUs per gross acre on base density. And then the neighborhoods with open space is 3.5 ERUs per gross acre. Clustering is required in the neighborhoods with open space. He's requesting the UV is it's closer to that density and it's surrounded by that. That's what the Finch Creek is part of. There's a proposed plan. I think we can let Mr. Bush talk about some of this. There's a plan of how the ERUs could work on the property right now that contains 8 market rate and 2 affordable live work kind of townhome units that are somewhat commercial and some residential. There's the 2 additional units to make up the 10 are the affordable. We would want council to weigh in on what those deed restrictions might be as far as percentage, AMI, those types of ratios. The 2 would be based on, as we look at how much we've been negotiating. If we're doing 10%, then that would be 1. If we're doing 20%, that'd be 2. But 2 units is what's being proposed. There are some, staff has become aware of this week of, there are some county issues, Mr. Bush and some of their codes and code enforcement, where we are aware that there are some of those issues that he's working through. And on the property, there's some buildings and then there's some materials there. My understanding, and I'll let Mr. Bush talk to this, is one of the first things he'd like to do is to build an outbuilding, and we can have those conversations. And I think I've talked to our city attorney, and I think he would like to probably speak to some of this. But we would probably want to, as the council, we would want to get some direction on you as to how you would want to approach some of those issues. As the jurisdiction changes, if it's a code enforcement issue, then the county would no longer be essentially the entity that would be over that. So therefore, that issue would resolve, and now that would be a city issue. And we'd have to look at our codes. Are there any code violations or anything of that nature? I think those are things that can be discussed with the council, as well as I think potentially some middle ground there to see what could be done. So I think that's part of the discussion we'll see tonight. So in conclusion, I'm going to show you actually real quick a couple of maps here. So real quick, show you where'd that go? There we go. So this is the plat area. This is Mr. Bush's property, and then this is that other portion that was picked up by Finch Creek, as there were some unknowns and on the actual who owned that, and so that title and ownership has been resolved.
So Jamie, on that, is that an access easement that we're seeing in the dash? Yeah.
So this is a private road that is used by all those property owners for their access. It's more, I think at this point, I don't know of anything that's formally recorded on that. There's probably some prescriptive, but it's maintained and owned by all those property owners, and it's a private road. It's not public.
I see.
So I know that there's some concern by some of the the neighbors in that they would have to, with the development, they would have to address access to their property. So, and then this is the site plan that we were
Can you
referencing.
flesh out that concern you just said? There's
Yes.
concern that they would have to address access to their property. Are you saying because the proposed development would negate or would interfere with that private road that exists right now?
So this private road is fairly narrow, and in order to get enough access to develop the land to meet fire standards, access emergency, all that, we'd have to have improvements on that road. So this, where there, at least the portion that Mr. Bush either owns or the neighboring property Finch Creek owns, you could potentially see improvements through that section. But then any other improvements going farther north, they could either do a couple things. One would be either like a gate or something that would allow for the private access to be still used by those individuals. You could also see, but in order to do that, if this was to become a public road, there's a lot of conflict with individual property owners, some of their utilities or septic systems that are close to the road. But it's very narrow if you've been up there. So what we're saying is, in order to develop this, you're going to have to improve it and widen it, just for sake of access and fire and everything.
So just another wrinkle, UDOT, we're dealing with that. And,
Yep.
and, is there going to be a frontage road there and all that?
Yeah.
And
So UDOT,
okay.
yes, to your point, Sid, is that UDOT is looking at both alternatives, and both alternatives do come very close to this road based on what we've seen. And so we recognize that there's a lot of things up in the air right now in terms of this, and I think the property owners understand that. Some of this, I think, is twofold. One is to look at getting some sort of a, call it a shop or a building there that the city would allow them to use maybe for a certain number of years, and then in the future, this property could maybe be developed. At that time, they'd have to go through UDOT and go through all those and get all that sorted out, just like we're seeing in the North Village. So
While we're here,
yes.
I know there's plenty of details here we could talk about, and that's why we're here. Thank you, Mr. Bush, for being here. We really didn't decide about what would happen to the scenic buffer trail because we thought it would be a while before we got this far north and to try to continue that. So to me, it was never decided, even though we've required that 50-foot buffer for stormwaters, swales, and this winding scenic trail going north on Highway 40. Do you have any ideas, or has the Planning Commission discussed what happens to our scenic buffer trail once it hits this private road?
I don't think they've discussed what happens during that. I think right now the biggest question is what happens based on where UDOT goes with the Heber Valley corridor. I think that probably has some impact. As far as this individual, no, I think that's something we can discuss.
Well, I had always thought, even though it was never decided, because we knew that was a pinch point right there with that tall retaining wall and this road that goes up and over, that is private. I'd always thought that the scenic buffer would go up and over, right? It would not be down at the bottom of that retaining wall, especially given the topography that's to the north, right? So has anything been discussed here as far as that scenic buffer trail with what's in the MDA? I didn't see it, the development agreement.
Only that UDOT really is going to dictate this frontage road and all those things. This is a 14-foot private shared road. I think 6 properties use it, and I don't think we are going to, none of them really have the ability to dedicate a scenic buffer.
Because of the small lot size.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's where the
Probably have to
city.
go up and around,
Well,
coming from around.
Yeah, the city's got to be deciding this, and Russ, maybe you want to weigh in on this. The city's got to be deciding what to do with that scenic buffer trail, right? And we didn't think 5 or so years ago, when this was all going down, that we'd figured out when we got here. It seems like we're here now, right? We're here. And we need to start thinking about where's that scenic buffer trail going to go for connectivity north to south, for the pedestrians. Do you have any ideas, Russ?
Well, let me share a few thoughts. As you know, as a lot of these properties have annexed into the city, we've had that requirement put on them of maintaining that buffer area where the trail was supposed to go. In those areas where the annexations have already taken place, it's still anticipated that those developers are going to build that trail, even with the potential widening of the road by UDOT. In areas like this, UDOT's alternative analysis includes building that trail. Now it's going to be, I don't believe it's going to have a big giant buffer area in this area, but I believe that and Craig, maybe you guys know this, but I don't believe that trail is going to be up on the upper side of that wall. I think that it's potentially going to be on the lower side, but I believe this was going to be built by UDOT through that area if that alternative, actually with either alternative, the connection is.
I guess we're glad they're here, and I guess we'll be
Maybe
asking
they
them
can
soon.
clarify, but my understanding there is that in the areas we've already talked about having the buffer area, those developers are going to build those trails per our annexation agreements. These areas that weren't on the radar, this was going to be built with the UDOT bypass by their project, and I don't think that the anticipation here is that we're going to have that big buffer area because of the proximity
No.
of those homes.
We never thought there'd be the big buffer area. We just needed to decide where's that trail going to go.
You know if it was above the wall or below to any.
Both alternatives are the same in this area. It looks like above.
It does look above. Okay, so
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. Just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware, that this was a pinch point and this was a discussion that was going to come up when this happened. Okay. My other concern, and maybe you'll get to this, why don't you finish your presentation?
Yeah, I think I'm about there. I'm looking at the site plan and apologize, I'm not sure why it's skewed on your screen, but you're looking at the 10 units and then an accessory barn. I believe that that's kind of the idea of having that barn built for some of the activities that Mr. Bush is looking to do or to use that property now. And this is a potential development into the future. There's also, but again, right now we're talking about more of the zoning and what that could look like. I'll let Mr. Bush talk to more of what his plans are. There's also a possibility, depending on what happens with the Heber Valley EIS and or the corridor and some of those others, that maybe it becomes part of other developments as well. So it's hard to say right now, but this is a site plan based on what he's visioning, based on the density and the zoning that he's requesting right now. So some point in the future, and then these are just some elevations as well, kind of showing what that vision would look like. So with that though, it is a public hearing, and so we're just recommending, again, for tonight that we have the public hearing, have the dialogue with Mr. Bush and with the council, and we're seeking direction to prepare a development agreement for you to consider action on at a future meeting. So with that, I think we should allow Mr. Bush to have some dialogue with the council, to answer some questions and share some of his thoughts, and then recommend you opening it to a public hearing.
Excellent. All right. We'll turn it over to you, Mr. Bush. What would you like to present or discuss?
Well, I suppose first just introduce myself, Gary Bush, and I'm not really a developer. I'm here today with this annexation application. As you know, the development agreement is part of that application. Right now, my goal is to build a storage barn, and that will allow me to store inside some construction material I have on site and have for the last 20 years. And there's no chance I can do that in the county unless I build a primary home first. So they've really preferred that I go through the annexation process. And again, really not able to develop this until that private road becomes either improved or the access road or the frontage road is built by UDOT. I've really been held up for that for a number of years in this annexation application, really without knowing what UDOT was going to do. Now it looks like it's pretty certain there's an access road or a frontage road going along that private road. So I just really want to be annexed into Heber. primarily to build this storage barn at this time. Also want to plan for the future, and I know that Heber is really planning that corridor, the Interstate 40, and I want to be part of that. Again, this is really preferred route for Wasatch County, and they have suggested I do so. So here I am. I'm happy with building the barn at this point, and then waiting for UDOT, which may take 5 or 10 years to build their frontage road. And then at that point, I think we'll have a clearer vision of how this area will be redeveloped. And again, in the meantime, I'm just hoping that I can be annexed and build this storage barn for personal use and a workshop area.
If you don't mind, Mr. Bush, I'll let Aaron ask a question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks so much for stating that. So would you be, they're asking for guidance for a development agreement. Would you be amenable then to some kind of an agreement where we allow a barn and an annexation and don't allow anything else? And we wait to see whether it's you come back in, we reapply, we wait to see for UDOT track. I mean, this is way more than a barn. And so I'm trying to piece together your comments with what we're seeing tonight.
No, it's a tricky one because I really can't without UDOT committing to a plan. And so in the meantime, I'd like to do something. It's currently undeveloped, and so I want to do something, and I need to do something to take care of some zone violations, storing outdoor material in Wasatch County. So yes, to answer your question, yes, I'm okay with that, and that I'm okay with that annexation agreement or the development agreement part of that annexation application, identifying the zone and, also the standard affordable housing requirements and, Northfield preservation fees. And I'm okay with all of that without really a firm commitment or plan that I can stick to, because I just don't know.
Mr. Bush, if you wouldn't mind just explaining a little bit more about the county code and those nuisance issues that you've had, it would help
sure.
us before perhaps the public
Absolutely,
comment.
yeah. I'm a general contractor, and I bought the property. It was used as construction staging, and I continue to do so. So it's primarily material. I specialize in historic rehabilitation, so there's a lot of historic material, and that I temporarily will take off of a building and then put it back on. And I have done that without really contest for a number of years, but recently that's come to light, and I was really led down, taken on for a long walk on a short pier from a planner in Wasatch County. He indicated we had numerous site visits, and he indicated that if I did some things, it would be okay. Well, subsequently, he's been fired, and then, I've been in a more rigid situation that I'm trying to become compliant. And this seems to be the best route for me.
Can I ask how much materials? Is it?
Well, I brought it actually a zip drive, so I can show some pictures.
It will just help us understand when I think public comments talk about it.
Okay.
While they're bringing that up, Mr. Bush, is your plan for the barn that you're talking about such that your materials could then be inside the barn?
Yes.
That's the whole idea is
Yes.
Instead of storing in the open, we could enclose the stuff?
Absolutely, exactly right.
Is the barn something that you would be able to construct within the next building season?
Yes, it's not it would not have utilities. I do not have utilities in the area. So I do have a power, but I do not have sewer or water. And I wouldn't get those until the development Fitchcrete happened. So that's just to the south. And that's where utilities will be brought to this lot from
Would you
or
like to
through.
tell us which file perhaps to open?
But I hope that there's the, Jamie, do you see them there? Yes, in the record file. It's just 3 photos. Now I have one of the corner lot as you come up Moulton Lane. There's one lot. There's the shed that really is the subject. It's clad in tin, and there's some material in front, lumber in front. So that's primarily the material. The building to the left is an adjacent property to the east. It's across the canal. But that I went to Wasatch County to get a permit, and I was told I could build the permit. I didn't need a building permit because it was less than 200 square feet, and they gave me a setback of 3 feet. And then they came back to me after it was built and said, no, it needs to be 10 feet. So they put a stop work order. That's why it just sits as it is. This is the corner lot as you come up Moulton Lane and turn onto that private access road. And you can see there's just, it's
This is
a
the
truck
property
yard.
to the south?
It is to the north.
To the north of
It's
you?
not your property.
This is not my property, but I just wanted to give you some context of those 6 homes. This is the one that's immediate. It's the first one, so the furthest north, just south of Moulton Lane. So if you pull up Moulton Lane and you go south along that private road, that's the first thing you see. And it's really a truck yard. There's old abandoned cars, a school bus, lumber material. This is the lot. This is my lot here, and it's again undeveloped. There's a kind of a olive green shed on the left. Jamie, if you can highlight that a little bit further to your left. Yeah, that right there. That's a mobile office that I take to a job site. It lifts onto a trailer. The barn in the back is the neighbor's, the silver one.
And those are your materials that are laying on the ground there?
Yeah, and
Okay.
that's some historic lumber there.
And then where's that tin-clad shed that you
To the
referred
right,
to?
if you rotate to the right, Jamie, it's actually behind that bush right there.
Okay, so there's more materials back there then too.
Yeah,
Okay. Appreciate you showing that to us, sir.
yeah.
Council, do you have any questions on these pictures? Okay.
Thanks for bringing them. It helps.
I visit the site very infrequently, maybe once a month during the building season, maybe twice in 1 month, and then nothing for a month. So very infrequently.
So just for me to understand, you're saying that the Wasatch County won't let you build a barn unless you also build a house?
Yes.
And I don't understand that.
I don't understand it either. And I asked, can I do an application? Because with UDOT was holding up the annexation application because of the circulation plan, basically because of UDOT. So I said, this is really holding me up, Doug Smith. Can I do a application for a single family home just as an escape route so that if I have a backup plan and then build the barn, the primary house and the accessory building? And he said no. And he said I'd need to withdraw my annexation application to pursue that route. And I said, Doug, that doesn't seem right. And he goes, we really just want you to go through the annexation application. So I don't really understand what the motives are there. But
that was part of the MOU that we made with the county when we started this whole annexation process, that they would recommend that property owners like yourself first try to come to the city, and they're honoring that.
That makes sense, but I was not aware of that until this moment.
I understand. Okay. Anything else you'd like to say or anything else you'd like to
Quick
ask?
question for Jamie. You might know, you're not a county person, but if you know, could the county provide whatever kind of zone variance or whatever is needed to allow them to build a barn without a house? Like, is that possible for them to provide?
So there's a couple things that I'm going to answer your question, but I want to explain something, and that is variance versus, say, development agreement or something else, or zoning. There's very strict regulations under the state statute when you can actually give a variance, because that is part of the judicial arm of government saying, we see that our rules are too strict for you. You're losing a fundamental property right. And there's a very narrow window of saying, A, it's not self-created, it's not economic, and it's unique to your property. So a lot of times we see setbacks with topography or other types of things. So very narrow window as to when they say, because again, we're talking about judicial now, right? And so the answer to that is, I don't know. That's a very, I would be very surprised if that's the ability. Now, what they could do is, could they go through the legislative process and create a development agreement in which they say, hey, we're going to make some of these exceptions through a legislative process? Absolutely. That's the same authority that you use when you create a development agreement or you do a zone change or you do an annexation. That's all part of that legislative branch. So could they do something like that? That goes back to their elected officials as to whether they're willing to do that.
I think, Mayor, that they're saying go to the city because they at one
Because of
time
the MOU.
agreed to recommend people
Yeah.
come to the city.
Right.
Correct. We do have
right.
the MOU. And part of this conversation is, if you look at the county right now, they're in town core with the overlay. If they choose to use the overlay and can meet the parameters of the overlay, we're talking about, I think the county was 6 net units per net acre. Sorry. And so that's where some of that request is to say, let's establish a zone, as well as I think what he's requesting is, let me build a barn or a shop or whatever so I can store material. At the same time, just can I get a zone so that something could happen here in the future?
Okay.
Thanks.
So can we address the frontage road issue and your site plan, please?
Yes.
Because I have some concerns there. So, and I don't understand the Finch Creek easement that's at, I guess, the east side of your property for their private road. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, sure.
So until Gary submitted his annexation map, for the many, many years, that portion that's now owned by French Creek had no tax parcel number, no value, and no owner. It was unknown. I don't know why, but for decades. So we submitted the map, and Ross Hansen, our city assistant engineer, said, hey, you got to address this. And so I went back through the records and determined that it used to be owned by the people that sold to Finch Creek sold everything but that portion of that shared driveway, because it was a shared driveway, and I guess nobody wanted to own it.
Let's just make sure I know what you're talking about here. So
There's an arrow, see,
Jamie,
it says parcel,
yeah,
no
but the
assessed
purple
value,
line,
owner is Finch Creek.
so
That right there is all now owned by Finch Creek. They went through a quiet title action with the courts, and they actually got the previous owner's heirs.
that's not what I'm talking about, though. I thought the easement for Finch Creek was on the other side, the back side. It's not. It's this front side frontage?
It's not an easement. So that's a shared driveway that UDOT built when they put the wall in and widened the road many, many years ago.
Okay.
And those people lost their access directly to the highway because it's too steep. So that driveway, shared driveway, private road, whatever, got put in. The county doesn't own it. They don't plow it. And it starts right there and,
Okay,
and goes on property that Finch Creek now owns.
I was going to say Finch Creek is still allowing access, it sounds like.
Well, they have to, because it's prescriptively an easement. It's not a written easement, but it's prescriptive. It's been used for decades.
Was Finch Creek maintaining the road?
I don't think so.
Even though they own it?
Well, and
I wonder who, I think maybe someone's here in the audience, but the property owners, I understand they plow it. It's like a shared driveway, basically.
Finch Creek took ownership of that
Just recently.
just within the last few months. When we were working with Finch Creek, and you maybe remember the conversation of some of the collector roads, the major collector roads that needed to come down to Highway 40 and trying to meet those. This area was one of the areas engineering was working with them diligently to find a way to make that work. And this was an area that was being explored. That's also when this issue came up.
Yeah.
And so it got resolved because of that. Now, obviously, with UDOT, we're looking at some other alternatives because that's not going to work. But they just barely, like I said, within the last couple of months have actually gained ownership of that. So they probably would not have had any maintenance involved.
Okay, so now Mr. Bush's parcel is just to the north of this, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay,
And
can
there's,
you go there a
yeah,
little
and
bit?
there's
Just
five, I think,
there we
five or six
go.
other properties, and then you get to Moulton Lane. This connects Moulton Lane down
Okay.
on the north.
So
Okay.
does this touch any Heber City parcels? Is
Yes, so it touches all along the east and
The
south.
purple is the Heber City's boundary.
Correct, yep.
And then as far as the canal, what kind of setbacks are there? And then I don't know what the topography or slope is to make sure that there's not digging underneath that canal area, like in our
Now,
sensitive
you can
lands
see the
ordinance.
canal
Yeah, it looks like in the hatch.
ownership.
there's-
Right.
They maintain that.
That's owned fee title by the CUP.
Okay, the topography doesn't look too steep there, so it looks
No,
like
it's
there
not.
wouldn't be an issue with
No.
any redevelopment to affect the canal. And
I always thought that's where the bike trail would be, or the pedestrian access would loop up and onto that canal.
okay. Okay, so my final question is, you're looking at, well, some of the documents said 7 work units, some said, the 10 with the 2 additional affordable ones. So is it,
The 8 with
it's going to be 8 that
8
you're
with the
proposing
2.
with the 2 more that are affordable, okay? And we'll have to discuss that. I hope, council, we can discuss that more when we've got both of our missing council members here.
Can I just
I
address
mean-
that too for Gary? That's a site plan that his architect drew because it was requested by the application. It's
Yeah.
not an intended development. You can't do it because there's no road to do it with, and there's no utilities to do it with. And it's something that could happen, but
That's not why we're
I
here.
think by the time UDOT gets the highway rerouted and the frontage roads in, this whole corridor will be open to some other idea by a new city council. It's hard to imagine single-family homes between the canal and the highway right there. They're there now, but I think that's a discussion for those property owners and a new city council in years to come. This site plan is not really what he's asking for.
It's just annexation.
You're right. He's asking for an annexation
In a barn.
in a barn.
Okay, well, what I'm concerned about is UDOT standards on frontage roads. And even though this is kind of a unique frontage road situation, given the existing homes that are there or the existing properties, I'm thinking that given the narrowness of this particular area of the highway, that having that much density coming into the frontage road, does that make sense? Can create other issues. So that's where I'm coming from. Obviously, who knows what development could happen there in the future. But I'm just wondering if there's any concerns that UDOT has as far as the sizing of the frontage road, especially if more density were agreed to and given in any of these locations, not to mention the existing residential that's there. I'm just concerned about that high density on a frontage road, that we need standards from perhaps UDOT before we decide. Oh, go ahead, Russ.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to just point out a couple things. So the conversation at this point is that this private access road, when Finch Creek develops, the conversation with them is that they will be required to allow that private drive to connect into their road system. Then it would go through their road system up to the collector road system that we're
There, as
building.
in who?
Finch Creek.
Finch Creek.
It would
Okay.
go
Not
through
access
Finch
to
Creek's
frontage.
local road system or private road system, whatever they do. So the reason I say that is because although UDOT is talking about frontage roads, I think that there are a lot of roads that are going to be planned in our master plan that are going to be used as frontage roads. So I see that access going away, those roads tying into Finch Creek's local road system. And then there is a requirement or a condition put on this that they will have to widen that to meet fire access requirements, which means they're going to have to be likely 26 feet. They're going to have to work that out. That's in there. So just some additional information that I thought might be helpful for everyone to understand.
If I might add to Russ's comment, and that would allow the properties to the north who utilize this to access roads to the south through Finch Creek. That's not to say that Finch Creek having their roads are allowing their residents to go through their private.
So Jamie, I have a
We
question.
would have,
Correct.
About
Good-
Finch
good
Creek
point.
townhomes. Have they presented any plans to us?
so they came in for,
And what's the density on that?
I don't remember the density off the top of my head. They came in for preliminary plat and they were very consistent with their agreement in terms of what we saw. The reason that they haven't moved forward goes back to the issue of we have a major collector road, correct me if I'm wrong, Russ, major collector road that between them and the North Village Views and Jordan L. Ridge and College Downs, to make the angle work had to be relocated. That is really what's holding them up from coming forward or coming back. So again, they're hoping to move forward. We've already had some of this conversation with them, but that's the issue that's holding them up. And I can't remember the overall density, but it's townhomes, it's University Village, it's that close to that 6 ERUs that the University Village allows for.
Okay, all right. I think I've got my questions answered. Any other questions, Matt, Russ?
Scott, are you online
Okay,
still?
Jeremy, Scott, yes, you're welcome to come off mute, Scott. But
Yeah, I'm here.
is there
No,
anything you wanted to ask or say?
well, I mean, I think we should annex the property and allow them to build a barn and whatever we need to do to allow for the density the county had previously allowed there to do it.
Jeremy, do you want to discuss this nuisance issue or any concerns you have on that?
All I'll say is, I mean, obviously as a city, we don't want to inherit a nuisance violation. So I would recommend that if we're going to move forward, that we resolve the nuisance as part of this. The nuisance being kind of the existing buildings that, may need to come down or be moved and some of the junk. But I think those issues can be resolved as part of this. And we can have some requirements in the development agreement that those issues are resolved, those buildings are removed or relocated to a location that we're comfortable with, all as part of the development agreement prior to them getting a permit to build the barn structure.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's what I was going to ask. Would it be a part of the DA? So
One question on that, Jeremy, and Mr. Bush, whoever wants to take a stab at it, but just the way you described the materials and that you don't move them that often and that they kind of sit until you're ready to move them or ready to use them. Rather than moving them, is it enforceable to instead say, you need to move them during construction? We understand there's going to be construction materials during construction, but we expect them to be housed in said building by 9 months from now or whatever, X day. And is that an enforceable thing? Is that a way that we could, quote unquote, inherit an issue but have a resolution at which point we have some teeth to do something about it?
Yeah, and not only is it enforceable, but if it's through a development agreement, then it's contractually enforceable, which also allows us to provide for attorney's fees as part of the enforcement action. It becomes a much easier enforcement than just a code violation. So I think we'd have a lot of teeth in there. I think to me, it just kind of comes down to a matter of just trying to figure out exactly which of those structures that are on there we want moved or relocated or removed. Resolving the issues with any of the other material in there, making sure it's inside or in a location that we're comfortable with, maybe further away from the property lines for the neighboring property owners or something like that. And then, once we've resolved those issues, I think it's pretty straightforward. Again, this isn't a development that's likely going to develop in the near future. I think we can include our normal provisions that we include in these agreements about open space funding and other requirements that we typically include. But otherwise, it should be pretty simple.
Thank you.
Has anybody on staff, Jeremy, maybe Officer Price, has anyone done an on-site inspection to look at those nuisance issues?
Amy has.
So I did go out to site to look at it myself. And so what I did not do is I did not go out there with our code enforcement officer and have not dug a lot into our nuisance code on this issue. I went out there as I was informed about it by a neighbor. So I wanted to make sure that I understood what the extent is, and the images are very accurate as to what I observed. So as well as I took a couple photos. So
okay. And so did you have any dramatic concerns or what do you think when you're with your cursory examination?
So I do think if this were in the city today, I think the keeping in the materials based on the zoning that we're talking about, or even the zoning that would be in place, there would be some issues and violations pertaining to the keeping of the materials. Typically, something like this is done more in the industrial, where you would have a contractor who would keep materials in an industrial yard. They have a yard for those types of things. Looking into the shed itself, I can't say at this point whether or not we would have a clear violation there, but I definitely think our nuisance ordinance talks about keeping of materials, and so I do think there would be a concern there from our city code as well. Again, I think to Jeremy's point, and to I think Aaron's, is that could we do something to say, here's a time frame in which you get this cleaned up based on occupancy or the barn being built? I think that's a middle ground that we could look to.
All righty. Anything else? Okay, we're going to open it up for the public comment now. And if you don't mind, Ken, you'll probably have to scoot out of the way because people can come up now to the microphone and be able to state their public comment. All right, we ask you when this is opened that you come up, state your name. You'll have 3 minutes. Sometimes that timer works and sometimes it doesn't, okay? Well, we'll see, but tell us your
I
name.
own the property next to Gary. If you could pull those pictures up again of the one corner lot that had all the heavy equipment on it and stuff. That lot, Gary, I must have been up to his property in a while because that lot has all been cleaned up. The county went to him. He came in compliance. Gary is not, I've been his neighbor for over 20 some years. That has all been cleaned up. Could you go to his property, please, now? That building right there in the back corner there, he was red flagged twice, maybe 3 times on it, because in the county code in Wasatch County, you can't have auxiliary buildings without a primary residence. You go over to the left side of here, there's another building that he built without codes. You got the next slide. Back in the corner, the very far back corner there's another building he built. You can't, right there, you can see it behind the telephone pole. He never got a permit for that.
Is it it's not the dumpster, or is it the sloped roof? It's the sloped
That's
roof
another
building?
one. That's right on the property. It could be on my property. It's on the property line. These property lines are all messed up there. There's all this construction waste that's been over there for 20 years. I had to build a fence to hide this stuff. It's not usable stuff. If you come down further from there, there's more steel I-beams, old doors behind this shed here that he put in. I had to build that fence to hide it. Also, God, I don't have enough time here. He's been red flagged multiple times. The county right now has a criminal case against him for code violations, illegal buildings. He's supposed to go to court in 2 months over this. The planning department gave him multiple times to come into compliance. He never did anything. He kept putting them off. And now I got to go down to this really quick.
No, sir, I'm not going to cut you off. You go ahead. I asked you some questions. You feel free to go on for another couple of minutes.
He's set to go to trial a couple months. My neighbors and I aren't anti-Heber. However, both applicants that involve neighbors' parcels end up destroying my land and that of my neighbors. Now the existing private road is only 14 feet wide. It can't be widened because my drain field's there. Mike Johnson is quoting a UDOT study that's not even a draft form and therefore is inappropriate and indigenous to state UDOT will, disindigenous to state UDOT will, to state UDOT will eminent domain our parcels and tear down our family homes. Mr. Bush has no intention of giving the city additional housing, affordable otherwise, as stated by Mr. Bush's engineer, Mike Johnson, who is a city councilman. And this was in the paper, and it's what Mr. Johnson said. So now he's saying he wants to build just this barn. I mean, the road's not wide enough, I say he has no access, so. I have 19 seconds. What else did I leave out? So is the city going to go after him with all these illegal buildings and stuff? This is a bunch of junk. There's nothing usable wood there. It's been sitting there for 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can we just re-examine those pictures again really quick? So Mr. Dixon is saying that the sloped roof building with the porch, the dumpster that's in front of it to the side,
Yeah, that was just
are
placed
those
there
are on your
recently.
property?
That is on my property, yes.
Okay, and
That building
then,
back there is grandfathered. That was built prior to my purchase. That's been there for over 20 years.
and then what about this white box type structure?
That's Mr. Dixon's property.
That's
He's
his
got a bunch
property.
of
Okay, and then,
debris there.
and then the gray building is Mr. Dixon's also?
That's correct.
Okay, and then this is yours, the brown one?
Yes.
Okay, and then the fence that's there, I'm assuming Mr. Dixon put in, is that
Yes.
right? So that's your fence. And then when we come over even farther to the left, please. Whose house is that?
That's Mr.
That's your house, okay. So where, Mr. Bush, where's the location of the steel that's on this property?
There's some steel to the left, Jamie. Right there. No, a little bit to the left of the wood pile. Right there. Right there.
And then,
There's.
well, let's just kind of pan slowly to the right, please. And is that home livable?
Which home?
This one with the sloped roof and the seaming
No,
porch
no,
out
no,
front?
no. That's 180 square feet. It's just sits on cinder blocks.
So there's no one in the property?
No utilities, no electricity, no water, no sewer, nothing.
Well, it looked like an Australian outback home, okay? Just
No,
saying.
there's a kind of a shed roof on the side
shed.
there that makes it look that way, but
It's just, okay.
yeah.
And then what is in the dumpster?
The dumpster it is just recently put there, and I am slowly, which is breaking my heart, putting that material, that wood, into the dumpster.
And there seems to be a pile of wood by the dumpster too? Right there?
It's a,
Bricks?
yeah, there's a pallet of brick there, and there's a pallet leaning against the dumpster. Again, that's only been there for a couple of weeks.
Okay, so just asking, yes, sir, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, again. Well, you're welcome to submit those pictures too, because, obviously we need to deal with an. Did you submit it to the planning commission? Did we see that? I'm so sorry that we have not been able to remember that.
For it right now,
But I think it's important for your pictures to be sent to our city attorney. And Jeremy, if you can give him a card, then we can make sure to verify what you're showing. Okay? I appreciate that. Now, Jeremy, if you've got a card to help him get that to you, and then we can work with our code officer just to really assess, and compare what your concerns are. We appreciate you coming because we would need to deal with this in a future development agreement if this annexation goes forward. Hang on one second. Is there anyone else that wants to come forward and give a public comment? Please, let's let the others come forward and then you can take another turn. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Teresa Wardell and I live 2 houses down from you. The road, I think me and Mike is the only one that keeps it plowed. You can't widen it there, otherwise you're going to be taking out our homes.
Well, we're not planning to do that, but UDOT might have plans, and you're welcome to stay to the UDOT presentation, which is coming up in just shortly after this public hearing. And you're welcome
Right,
to
because
talk
all
with
of
them.
our, like if we do culinary water, it's all under that road, so I'm not sure how that would go. But as far as his property, I lived there for 17 years and it's never been touched.
The road's never been touched as far as
like any cleanup on his property.
Oh, okay.
Like stuff stored everywhere. It causes the animals to come and dig in our property because that's where they're living, under your junk. So,
okay.
Anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Thank you very much, Tristan. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward? Homework. If you wouldn't mind giving it to our police officer, please. He's the one that's supposed to vet all that stuff. And then you're welcome to go to the podium. Okay. What do you think? Dog park users, dog park users. Are you Mr. Merrill?
I am.
All right, please go ahead.
Well, my concern is just the dog park. And first of all, I want to thank the council for throwing money to support the dog park. But there's a couple of issues that have kind of come up that I'm trying to address.
Sir, just so you know, if you want to talk about this public hearing, we want to hear what you have to say. If you have a different issue on the dog park, we will get to you, okay, in about probably 10 or 15 minutes.
Oh,
Is
sure.
that, is
I was
that
just
okay?
told to come
In
up
the
during
regular,
public comment.
yeah, the regular public comments, not the public hearing, public
Okay,
comments.
great.
I'm so sorry to make you wait.
Oh, no worries.
Thank you very much. Okay, and we do have your information. Okay, I was wondering if you had a dog park on your property there. Okay, is there anyone else that wants to come up for the public hearing on this annexation? Okay, let me go online. Is there anyone online that would either like to come off mute, raise your hand, and give a comment for the annexation public hearing? Robin, can you see if anyone's raising their hand? Okay. Mr. Dixon, if you would like to give another comment, you're welcome to before we wrap this up. I'm not seeing anyone online. It's your choice.
My concern too is Mr. Bush has shown that he doesn't care about the codes or rules or laws or anything. So you annexing him, what's going to stop him from building more buildings without permits? And it's just ridiculous that you have a city councilman that's his engineer. I mean, I'm sure that's not a conflict of interest, is it or not?
He disclosed the conflict of interest. Thank you. All right, any other
Mr. Dixon,
comments?
I did find your email, Mr. Dixon, and there were no pictures attached to it from June 3rd, 2024. So if you want to just, that address worked. It's just a paragraph. There's no pictures on it. If you want to resend it or attach the pictures, that'd be helpful.
Okay, I'm still not seeing anybody come off mute online, so I will close the public hearing for the proposed ordinance 2025-25 Bush annexation and turn it back over to Council, Jamie, Mr. Bush, Mike. Does anybody want to say anything else? Because it sounds like we've got a few issues to work out before this is brought back. Jamie, do you have anything else?
I was just gonna say, Mr. Dixon, I think he has my contact, but if he gets me the stuff, I'm happy to forward that to our attorney and to the council. But no, I think that these are the issues we want to discuss with you, council. Yes, if there are future code violations, we will have to address them just like any other property in the city. But I think what's before us, we're looking for direction and to see how you'd like to proceed.
Council, my thoughts would be, I'd like to see a application come back or a changed plan come back that better reflects what Mr. Bush said he wants to do, which is to build a barn. I think we received a little bit of comment, or I received some comment from some residents. And then we also, as a council, received comment from one of our county councilors about thinking about the ERUs and what we would allow versus not allow and zoning changes. And it doesn't appear that Mr. Bush wants all of that. I could understand why he'd potentially want to go through this process now before any kind of a UDOT decision that might in the future include eminent domain and valuation of land. That all makes sense to me, and I'm not actually saying that's what it is, but it makes sense why you might want to think that way. But for what it's worth, council, if he came back with a changed layout that includes a barn and a timeline that's realistic for cleaning up materials and housing materials and removing or remedying anything that would be out of compliance, and specifically a development agreement that states or that agrees to not doing anything else without coming back again and asking for something else, I'd approve that. So that's where I'm at on it. It makes good sense what he's asking for. I just don't see what he's asking for in what we looked at tonight.
So I agree with you, Aaron. The timeline is huge. You know, we heard from concerned citizens that, you know, the property's sat like this for a while and it just needs to be cleaned up. In my opinion, if it comes in and we set timelines, definitely we have stuff to go after and go after him and make sure it happens. And with that, hopefully that would appease the neighbors and make them happy, you know. from the infrastructure and stuff like that, yeah, that's going to come. UDOT's going to tell, hopefully here soon, what's going to happen on on 40 and what the impacts of these neighbors are going to be. But from a annexation, as long as we stay true to what the county has, the density or what's around it, and that's why the development to the south, I wanted to understand what was there. As long as that density is appropriate, I'm fine with it. So again, what it will do is incentivize or push Mr. Bush in getting that done sooner than later. So, and timeline is huge. And I agree with you, Aaron. We need that if we annex and in the development agreement, we need a timeline to make sure that happens. So that's what I have.
Scott Phillips online, is there anything you'd like to say?
Nothing to add at this time.
Okay. I'm concerned that any development agreement shows a good faith effort on your part, Mr. Bush, to get the property cleaned up and come into compliance before you're annexed. Okay. If we do not ask that, council, I'd like for you to consider, then we're kicking that can down the road. I know there's a lot of materials there, but you can certainly hear the neighbors' concerns and the county's concerns also. So here we go, right? It's time to take care of things up there. I would really like Jamie and Jeremy for you to check with the county to see if that lean-to outback building I'm calling is grandfathered.
Yeah, we can verify.
I need you to verify if that's, and as well as the other outbuildings, are they grandfathered? Are they not? I'm sure that's part of the nuisance complaint that is happening here. Has the Board of Health ever gotten involved in this nuisance complaint?
We are not aware of we're not aware of all the details of that, so I couldn't speak to that.
Well, again, now that the animals have been mentioned here by Tristan, they might, who knows? I don't know, but I'm just saying there's not only got to be a plan, there has to be good faith movement before, me, myself, and I would be interested in pursuing the development agreement. That's me. I don't get to vote on this. The other council members will get to vote on this. I'm also leery about, again, the density in this area, given the uncertainty with what UDOT could be designing at this point and trying to not allow high density accesses off of frontage roads, collector roads and such, given our previous discussion earlier this time. Okay, anything else that anyone wants to give direction to staff on? Do you feel clear about what the council is saying, Mr. Bush and Mike?
Sounds like you wanted to come back with a modified development agreement.
That was just my voice there.
Well, I'm just trying to bounce it back, but I just want you to know that I want to be compliant, and a lot of this material could go into the building of the barn, and the sooner I'm able to do that, the sooner I feel I can be compliant. And I don't have an option with the county. They're really forcing me this route. So in order for me to be compliant, I really kind of need to be annexed with some kind of a development agreement. And I'm very comfortable with the time frame and very rigid time and conditions with penalty or whatever. But because I again want to be compliant. I don't want to be rogue. I don't want to upset neighbors. I don't want to be I just don't. I want to be compliant. I can't say that enough.
I think we have direction, and I think modification of the development agreement and if you want to send pictures and all that, I think research what Mayor said about grandfathering and that gives us a good context of reality and what actually has happened on this property.
Yeah, we can get some clarity on some of those questions. I think we as staff understand what direction you're going.
Well, I think it's important for the city council to know what the county nuisance report is and what their codes are and how that all works too. We do not want to circumvent, the standards at this point, right? We need to understand them, make sure they're addressed.
Yeah, and just for clarity, again, my voice is only one voice up here. What I was saying was if you came back with a plan and an agreement to receive significantly lower density than what you currently have through the county and what we've seen asked for tonight in exchange for building a barn and not exchange for, along with building a barn and a rapid time frame of cleanup and compliance, I'd be a yes. I tend to be a no when people ask for right at the maximum density they can ask for. That tends to give a no from me. I'm only one voice, but I'm saying I love the idea of building a barn, leaving it mostly open, cleaning the stuff up and being in compliance. That's fantastic in my mind. Again, I'm only one voice, but that's what I would like to see.
Okay. Thank you very much, council. Thank you very much for coming. And we will proceed, right? Staff has direction. Everyone, we're moving on to our next agenda items, and then we'll get to those public comments pretty quick, Mr. Merrill, you'll see. So the next agenda item is the consent agenda. There are 3 things on the consent agenda, everyone. We're skipping number 3. All right, we'll continue that. So the first item is the August 26, 2025 special meeting primary election canvas minutes. And then there's also resolution 2025-14, which is the shift differential for the hourly administrative staff. Cherie is here. And then the last one, with Mindy being here, is ordinance 2025-24, updating the utility applications to remove rental accounts. And we discussed that last time. Thank you, Mindy, for getting that done so quickly. So council, any questions, comments, or motions on the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, and you'll second. Okay. We're ready for a vote. Any further discussion?
One thing though, he did not say removing number 3. Does he need to?
You'll likely need to do that, Scott. Could you remove agenda item number 3?
I move to approve the consent agenda minus number 3.
I'll second that.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, we'll start on this end with you, Sid, and then Scott, you'll be last.
Yes.
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 Scott, thank you. That passes 4-0 with
Would it be
1
appropriate
excused.
to ask for a quick council break, maybe like a 3-minute, something like that?
Yes.
Just would like to have a restroom break without doing that during public comments because I want to hear from the public.
I will allow that motion, but I need a second.
I'll second.
Second.
Thank you, Sid. And then, Sid, will you start the vote?
Yes.
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 Okay, so I'm sorry, everyone. We're just going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you for your patience. We've been here working since about 4, so it's about time.
It's just me and her house. But I didn't do the live broadcast. Oh, yeah. So that's nice. It's kind of my version of the never goes better. If it goes the way the state is going,
Well, now. This
All
conference
right.
will now
Thank you
be
very
recorded.
much, everyone. We're back from our break. We are in our regular meeting of the Heber City Council, today being September 16th, 2025. It is now finally time for our regular public comments. And so anyone's welcome to come forward to give a 3-minute public comment and tell us your name. And then anyone in the chamber is done, then I'll go to those of you online. Yes, you're welcome to sit there too. Just make sure you eat the microphone.
Good evening. Thanks, Mayor, Council. I'm here just quickly tonight.
Your name again.
Oh, Susie, I am Russ Watts.
Yes.
I've been in and out of.
Russ's mic isn't turned on.
I'm here tonight. We've spent the last couple of years. Oh, okay. Is that
There you
better?
go. Very good. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start over. Russ Watts. I'm here tonight to talk about the celebration community we've been working on the last couple of years. I'm really here tonight not to really make a presentation, but just to brainstorm. We've spent the last 2.5 years collaborating with Mountain Lands, Wasatch Housing Authority, and all the various entities like IHC and all the workforce people that we have been meeting with on the need for housing in the county. We also have an agreement with the Wasatch School District on parking and how to arrange everything at that point over there. I'm here tonight just to say, look, we are still in the game, want to see if we can collaborate with you on some way and portion in creating a great community over there next to the high school. And I'm here tonight to just bring that up. I noticed that one of your goals for 2025-26 is to move the needle. I like move the needle on affordable housing. We know that's a tough thing to do. So, but that's why I'm here, just to run ideas by you or say, hey, let's get together at a work session and talk the details. We do have the plans. We do have, Russ Funk has done a nice job recalibrating water, so it's really appropriate for apartments. So we are slowly moving the needle up to maybe an ability to create affordable housing. That's my purpose tonight. So I don't know if you have questions or if you say, hey, we'd like to schedule time to meet with Tony and whoever you assign to start working on next items and details for trying to put together an agreement.
Tony, can I just ask, what kind of, is it a development agreement he's asking for? I thought that we were waiting on perhaps financing, not the agreement.
So Russ is, really wants to make this development affordable, and as he's getting down the wire to finalize agreements with the property owner and cost estimates, he's having some challenges, and so he is actually approaching the city about the potential for the city to be a financial partner in this project.
Do we know?
In that case, then yeah, we should have him come back and
Yes.
get it on the agenda so that people that are concerned can be here.
Right. Right. So
Sorry
you're
about my bluntness.
No, that's exactly what we're looking for. If that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, you're more than welcome to come back to a work meeting, and Matt, I'm sure you can arrange that with him.
We'll take care of it, place them on the next available meeting.
Okay.
Great. Yeah.
Is there anything else you want, Mr. Watts?
No, that's a mouthful. No.
So again, yeah, I'm for this, and we need to figure this out. And Jason's here, hopefully in support, and hopefully there is potential out there from financial grants or anything like that. And Jason's probably the most knowledgeable about that. So
Yes, and we have been working with the Olin Walker Fund and the State Housing Authority on financing. Financing is part of it, but really a collaboration and partnership with the city is going to pull this thing together to make it work.
So a question, as far as you have an agreement with the school district, Wasatch County School District, what's their financial, are they able to, or are they willing, or is there?
So our agreement with the school district is for them to give us property to build additional parking that we can share with both the high school and our community. That's really our
remember
agreement.
the plan.
Yeah.
And that's their kind of contribution.
That's their contribution to helping get housing for teachers there. Yes.
I see. Okay.
I'm glad you're still in the game. Look forward to talking again.
Thank you. No, I appreciate you listening. This is more exciting than trying to build the barn or whatever we've been working on the last little while. So thank you very much. We'd like to try to move it forward. Matt, if you'll help me get on the agenda, then we can maybe be a little more specific and see if we can work on
giving
details.
numbers and stuff like that and what.
Yeah,
what
tonight's
you're
not the
thinking.
time because I'm past my 3 minutes. But
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to keep going with our public comment. Anyone else is ready? Would like to come forward, state your name, give your public comment, and then I'll go online. You are more than welcome.
My issue is with the dog park, and I gave you all my background there. But right now it's a muddy mess, and I've talked to Justin Pruitt, not Justin,
Just
Brandon Pruitt, about fixing it up. And so he's working on that issue, and he's come back to you guys for funding and so on and so forth. But the other part of it is because one side of the park is muddy and a mess, that we all tend to go to
the other one.
the small side. And all of our dogs are various sizes. There's a couple of dozen people that are down there. We go down every morning, and all of our dogs play with each other, and they all get along fine. But the dog officer is bound and determined to kick everybody that's more than 35 pounds out of the dog park, and is quite anxious to write tickets. There's no ordinance, city ordinance, that says anything about 35 pounds. The only thing in your city ordinance is that you can put up a sign with the ordinance on it, and it's from the city council, that you can then limit the dogs, the size. But 35 pounds is kind of arbitrary. And he's going by the fact that there is a sign that says 35 pounds, but it doesn't have the ordinance, doesn't have city council on it. And actually it's kind of silly because all the dogs are from puppies to Great Danes. They all play together. All of us like to sit together, there's hardly any place to sit on the big dog side. There's mud or a bench. On the small dog side, there's more places to sit. Everyone meets, we're all friends, dogs are friends. So my solution, take the sign down and let the dog owners police the dog park. If any dog comes in and is aggressive, we ask them to leave or go to the other side or whatever. We've never had an issue. No dogs have ever been hurt. Nobody's gotten knocked down. So that's my concern or issue, and I'll talk to Brandon about what suggestions are to do to improve the dog park. And some of the people that are down there would be happy to contribute to.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
that.
Thank you.
So
Mr. Merrill, can I ask you to perhaps tell us the amount of seating that you think is needed on both sides?
amount of
Seating, benches and seating.
Well, there's often more than a dozen people. So like 2 picnic tables on each side. And I've talked to, there's picnic tables that are there that have never been used, that are up by the park, the kids park part of it. If they just get moved down, would solve it.
Okay.
They did bring in a culvert, which is great because the dogs should play through the culvert, and it's easy to sit on. So a few more of those stuff that, along that line. And then the repair, he just wanted to bring in gravel. It needs to be concrete because around the seating areas.
It's not muddy.
If anyone wanted to go check
something.
Park in Park City near the hospital, is what a dog park should look like. So that's my concern.
And to send us
and
pictures.
I'm going to take my oversized dog to the park in the morning, and I hope I don't get a ticket.
Okay. All righty.
So-
All right. We appreciate that very much. Thank you very
Okay.
much for this
Thank you.
input. Is there anyone else in the chamber or anyone online that would like to come off mute or raise your hand for a public comment on any subject you would like? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone online. Robin, you're not seeing anyone raise their hand, right? Okay, I'm going to close the public comments now. Thank you very much. We are going to move on now to our general business items, and that is an update from UDOT on the environmental impact statement for the Heber Valley corridor. You're welcome to come forward, UDOT. You know how to eat those microphones. Thank you for being here.
Good evening. Hear me okay?
I'll come back.
Good to be back.
That month went by
A week
fast.
ago, right? Seems like that.
It comes around
I know.
every month.
I know. It's good.
Time flies when we're having fun. Before I jump into the update, I just wanted to make sure the council was aware that we do have a public meeting next week on our US 40 widening project. This is the widening project that goes from the US 40 189, or sorry, the 189, yeah, US 40 intersection, the hub intersection, down to Mill Road. And I believe it's on your Facebook pages, but that meeting is next week, September 25th from 5 to 9 p.m. It'll be at the sheriff's office there at 1361 South Highway 40 in the upstairs training room. Upstairs training room. Yes, it's that was the venue we were able to find.
Will you discuss the light that's going in at Mill Road too?
Yes, it'll be part of the materials we'll be presenting. Okay. The light at Mill Road.
And then just really quick, I don't want to belabor the point. When that light goes in, will the speed limit be dropped from that Mill Road light on South Highway 40 into town?
Yes, we're looking at lowering the speed limits through that area.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, on to the Heber Valley corridor update. Since we last met last month, we've continued to field questions from the public. We have met on site with a couple property owners, and we continue to answer questions from the public about the project. And then we've also met last week with Wasatch County, and then a couple weeks ago we also met with the town of Daniel. They requested a meeting with us, and we met at their council meeting. The next slide. In terms of public outreach, like I mentioned, we're continuing to meet with property owners on request. We're happy to meet with anybody as they the directed impacted property owners. We're happy to meet with them and discuss the project and potential impacts that they may have on their property. We are also have been in the process of doing field surveys on areas that were new areas. We just completed all those field surveys, but
Environmental
these
surveys?
are environmental surveys, okay. Correct? Yeah, we looked at some habitat. One of those is the
Eucalyptus
Eucalyptus
trusses
trusses
and additional aquatic resource surveys.
Yeah.
For the
We'd have to
areas.
ask you
Okay. Eucalyptus trust surveys and the aquatic resource surveys for the areas that the updated design would impact or designs would impact. Yeah.
You've done all that assessment then?
That all assessment is now complete.
Okay.
So, and then of course we're continuing to meet with your staff on a monthly basis, both with Heber City and Wasatch County. Let's see. Just one more point there. We, in terms of developing the document, we've completed our design and we've completed our surveys, and we're in our final stages of completing the draft document, going through some internal reviews, and we're of course on schedule to get that document released later this year. Anyway, that's probably all I needed to finish there. Over the course of the last few months, in the conversations that we've had here at your council and other councils and questions that we've been fielding, I wanted to take a few minutes and kind of talk about a few of these questions that we've had and just spend a few minutes talking about those, if I may. First, I know the first conversation first topic I want to bring up is the 13 South segment. I know that's been a topic of discussion here, and I just wanted to go back and just discuss, why it's important and why it's part of our study. The 13 South corridor has been part of many of the plans over the last several years, at least going back to 2006. There have been a couple of studies that have been done before our study came along, and all of them have recognized the need for a 13 South connection as part of a Western corridor, as part of the Western Corridor project. Heber City back in 2007 passed a resolution to include 13 South as part of those plans, and as well as Wasatch County also in 2006. If you might go to the next slide, Tony.
And Craig, I'm not going to dispute any of that, and you'll continue to talk about it here. It's just that resolution, those resolutions were always based in an at-grade road that would be one lane in each direction, and that's completely different than what is being proposed here.
It is, and the reason for that is just because I think in 2006 nobody envisioned the kind of traffic that we're seeing now, and so it's driven by need. As we took a fresh look at it, of course, and with current traffic volumes and current traffic projections, we do see a need for 13 South. It continues to be a necessary connection for this to work. We've mentioned this before, but about 50% of the traffic that will be along the Western Corridor will be local traffic. Without that connection, we see about a 35% reduction in the amount of traffic that will be using the corridor. So, that's a significant number.
That versus, I'm sorry, Craig, is that versus no 13th South, or is that versus like the proposed thing we talked about last time, coming partway through that sewer field and connecting back in around Industrial Parkway? I would guess it has to be versus nothing, because you didn't talk about, or you weren't considering the other alternative at that point.
Yes, sir, that's correct. Okay. It's 35% if that connection were not made, and so that's 35. That's more traffic that would, of course, be finding other routes, utilizing Main Street, and adding to the congestion that we're trying to avoid on Main Street.
Gotcha. And just to further clarify, the option or the potential option of going a little further south and kind of coming through what is now the gravel pit and using that airport road as a flyover over a at-grade highway, that wasn't even something that was studied yet. That would be all of that conversation we've had. That would be appropriate for the public to raise up as ideas when it becomes public comment period.
Yes.
Was not something you studied yet.
No, we've always stayed to the corridor, the 13 South corridor, as has been discussed in many of those studies and resolutions, and so that's where we have put that in, where it's historically been discussed.
I think kind of going back in time a little bit, it might be helpful to, if anyone recalls, initial versions of these alignments did not have connections, local connections at 1300 South, right? So there was no connection to the kind of hub business area. And what we saw when traffic volumes went up is that our alternatives were not performing well. They were not meeting the purpose and need of the project. And so when those connections were added, even though we've recognized that it increases the footprint, then that's when we started to get the performance that we need to get out of the corridor.
That's great clarity. The reason I asked the question and the only comment I've gotten back since maybe 2-3 meetings ago when we started to see this, the only comment I've gotten back is that alignment, sure, fine. The southern, the more southern alignment idea, which I realize is not part of this plan, better. Either one of them at grade, at ground level, people have no problem with. But if 30-foot highway in the sky, everybody seems to have a problem with. So the reason I'm asking for the clarity isn't because of connection to the hub. It's
the connections, though,
raised elevation.
because of needing to keep those connections, but also keep things free flow. That is why you get that elevation, right?
So I'm going to talk about that. Sound goes up, it doesn't go down. So by elevating, you have to think it won't be as loud. So I'm just thinking.
It's the only concern I've had back. So
fair enough.
Helps
And
to understand it.
Just a couple other comments on this, and we'll move on. In terms of impacts, there's the direct impacts to right away, so to homes, businesses, and so forth. The alternative that we're currently working with has, since we've been involved with this project, has actually gone down in this southern area. We had the 15 South, and we were impacting a number of businesses in that. With this latest iteration, we have reduced the number of those business impacts because and I haven't eliminated all of them, of course, but we have reduced that number, and we are trying very hard to keep it within that 13 South corridor. We acknowledge that there will be visual impacts, noise impacts, and we're evaluating those as part of the study, and we'll be able to come with a little bit more when the study is released. So
I still can't quite remember or understand what's happening on Industrial Parkway or 300 West in this design.
Okay.
So is Industrial Parkway cut off where you either come in on the bottom and then go around, somehow merge onto this elevated road to go east, but there's no underpass? Is there an underpass for Industrial Parkway? Is there an underpass for 300 West? That's what I'm trying to understand.
There is an underpass for 300 West. There is not an underpass for Industrial Drive. In that situation there, that's where we incorporated in the one-way frontage roads. So you will be able to, with the frontage roads, go up to 300 West, and if you want to come back, you would basically go through that underpass and then turn and go the other direction.
North on Industrial, you would take a right, take the frontage road to 300, go under the highway.
Yes.
Take a left on the frontage road back on Industrial.
Back on Industrial Drive.
This is Scott.
Go ahead.
Aaron, I was looking at that same thing with that 1300 South, and I was talking to a constituent about it for quite some time. And I also noticed doing that keeps it out of the airport, airport safety zone. So it's hard to go any further south than that because of the airport as well.
Thanks for the additional.
One other reason why we wanted to bring the road. We didn't want to elevate over Industrial Drive was that would just increase the amount of vertical, that vertical distance, and so we did want to try to bring it down as quickly as we could back down to existing grade at that location. That was part of our design thinking.
One question I have, Craig, is does UDOT compensate at all people who are near the road, not just the people where they have to eminent domain their homes, but that whole row of homes that backs up to 1300 South that's going to have an elevated highway in their backyard instead of the nice view they now enjoy. Is there any way to compensate those folks for that?
We do not compensate for indirect impacts. We can mitigate for noise. We can, maybe there's some things visually, aesthetic wise that we can look at, but we do not compensate for those indirect impacts.
Okay, thank you.
Craig, back to Industrial Parkway now on the north side. What will the north side do when it hits your proposed corridor? If you wanted to go right or left, what do you do?
Let's see, make sure I understand where you're talking, Mayor.
When you're coming from the north to go south and on Industrial Parkway and you hit this Heber Valley corridor, can you go?
You would go
east.
You would go east because the frontage road on the south side there is an eastbound frontage road, one way. You would come up to, if you wanted to get into the neighborhood, access the neighborhood, you would come through the 300 West underpass and go back westbound on the frontage road on the other side to access those neighborhoods.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I really need a mouse pointer, don't I?
I know, I do too.
Tony, is there any way he can try to help me understand that better?
I wasn't so short.
Tony, yeah, I don't know what.
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
little too
is that what it
blurry.
was? Yeah, I'm trying to be able to explain to people in this area where they have to go to get either direction. And there's business owners there, right? A lot of new businesses right on the south side that you are, Tony.
There's a confirmation. Do you want to close this window and you keep clicking off of it?
Hold on one second.
We could, I don't know, we could, no.
Thank you.
Go to slide 13.
I have to hold that mic too so people online can hear you. They are walking.
So if somebody,
I could hook it up.
well, let's just go back to where you were at.
Okay,
And
I'll
if you
try
can
to-
just try to
and
draw
maybe
with
next
your
time
mouse.
We could try to work on one of those little arrow type drawings
Yes,
for the next
because-
time. Okay.
Oh, yes, because it's just not making sense. You're saying there's no
Arrows where
underpass.
we show, okay, if you were
Okay,
trying to go
let's-
this way, how would you do it?
Right,
It's
so
a right off, right on
there-
only.
is there a frontage road on the north side and the south side?
Yes.
There's a frontage
Okay,
road
that
on both
makes more
sides.
sense.
Yes, there's a
Yeah.
frontage road on both sides. The one goes westbound and the other goes eastbound.
And those are single lane frontage roads?
Single lane frontage roads, yes.
Then what kind of traffic signage would you have there? Not just stop signs, I assume. But I'm trying to figure out, if I was coming south on Industrial Parkway and I wanted to, go down the canyon, would there be an on-ramp there that I would be able to get on from coming southbound on Industrial?
You
on the
come down
top?
southbound on
Yes.
Industrial, this is our eastbound frontage road. You would come over here to 300 West, go under the underpass here and be on the westbound, and that would tie you directly onto the corridor at that point, and then you would come along, the freeway at that point. So
Okay,
these are on ramps. These frontage roads become the on ramps onto the freeway.
So there's no way on Industrial Parkway to merge onto the bypass road in either direction?
Not from the
No.
parkway itself. Not from
east to
industrial.
300
Not from
West.
industrial. Not from industrial.
Okay, so from Industrial, you have to get over to 300 West to be able to go in either direction. Is that what you're saying on the corridor?
Yeah. Yes. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but it's not just Industrial Parkway. You're also saying that for the whole Southfield Road area, that then they will have to either go they will have to go east to 300 West to then be able to go back west.
No, well, from industrial, let's see,
Let's
let
go
me,
back to
let me
the-
make
Go
sure
back
I,
to the,
Yeah.
you
yeah, I
might
need
want
to
to
go
go
back.
back.
Sorry, I
Okay.
clicked
So
myself out.
if somebody's
Industrial
on
Parkway will
Southfield
go
Road,
west.
if somebody's on Southfield Road or in between Southfield and Industrial,
Okay.
it sounds like, I'm just trying to figure this out. They all have to go to 300 West to then be able to get onto the bypass? Because you're not allowing left turn lanes at the top of Southfield.
That's correct. You would, to get to the bypass here, you would have to come over to 300 West if you wanted to get, either north or south on the bypass.
Or east or west. I just think that is such the flaw in the design. I'm sorry. People in that whole quadrant are just not going to want to travel for blocks
Well, it's
over to
not,
300
it's, yeah.
to catch on to that, because why would they go north to try to, get up to 100 South? Because they can't use Southfield to take a left. You see what I mean? They can't use Southfield Road to take a left onto the bypass, so they have to go east to 300 or to 600 West on the north side. But on the south side, they can only go to 300 West then to get onto the bypass.
May I ask a question that might alleviate that? We do have 1200 South as a master planned collector street.
Yeah.
It's built from Industrial Parkway westward to probably 1000 West or so. When that connection is made right there, will that rectify that issue?
No, they'll still have to
Yeah,
go.
I guess I'm wondering, so presumably people would be taking the corridor if they wanted to leave the area.
If they want to go to Salt Lake, if they
Right.
want to go to Provo.
Right.
You see
And
what
so
I
the
mean?
frontage road is a pretty direct and quick way to get there. It
Right.
would be quicker than traveling local surface roads. If they didn't want to take the corridor, then the local road network, if they wanted to go to, 100 South, would be a better
And you'll still have
option.
189 as well. I mean,
Yeah.
you can still come out, you'll still, just like you do
I see that.
today.
I see that, but it's just so strange to have to go east to then go back around west or north. That's all I'm saying.
There is a little bit of that backtracking that's necessary for this
It
to
just
work.
seems like that 300 West underpass is going to be such a pinch point because that whole southwest quadrant is going to be funneled into it, that they don't probably want to go
Well,
north.
it's mainly going to be serving the local traffic. It's not going to be, the
I think it's going to be a pinch point with local traffic because they'll be funneled to that 300 West underpass to go either way. You see what I mean?
That would only be if they wanted to take the corridor. If
Right.
they don't want to take the corridor, there's the local road network, which is, your purview that they can
They would just
take
stay
to
on the
get
local
to
road network.
wherever they need to go. Logically, it would make sense to get on the corridor for a regional trip, or if you wanted to go, to the northern part of Heber.
I think I used to live over there in that area, and one good thing is that folks in that area will hop on the bypass road to get to the new high school, for example, instead of driving through the neighborhoods where traffic and speed has always been a problem. So, or past the schools, the middle school and elementary school, they'll go around that instead, just because the access will actually be so easy right there.
Why don't you continue, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Let me move to the next topic then.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Where are you going to dead end Southfield Road?
It will dead end just north of the sewer fields.
North of where? I'm sorry.
The sewer fields, just before it. Yeah.
So that the road can cross over. Yeah, it will. Does that mean then that the road that goes into Charleston will continue?
Yes, that will still continue in. That will still continue on. Okay, we've had a lot of comments and questions about our right-of-way process and how that's going to work. And so I wanted to spend a minute and just maybe just clarify some things. Of course, in terms of timeline, um, we're working on releasing the draft alternative or the draft report, and then we'll have the record of decision, which we're estimating spring of 2026, and then some point after that we would get funding. But for now, there is no funding for a project, and with that, what that means is there really is no funding to purchase right away with the project. Typically, when we start purchasing right away, it's when we have a funded project and we're actively designing and moving forward with the project.
Craig, what's the process to get it funded? Timing of that process.
Yeah, so our typical process is through our STIP process, where you go through UDOT does its prioritization. That was the word I was looking for. Thanks, Naomi. Our prioritization process, where we prioritize our projects, and it goes on to onto the STIP as a funded project. Right now, our STIP is planned out to 2031, and so so this very soon, this obviously would be 2032 or beyond, and so that's our usual process.
Funded, and then from there to actually start the design, or before that, would you be doing the design?
We would not be designing anything until
It's funded.
Until it's funded.
I see.
The design.
There's no chance this happens before the Olympics then.
With our normal process. The way,
Things happen outside the normal process as well.
yeah.
How long does the design take?
Well, that'll depend on. I'll maybe get to the slide here in a minute, but how we phase the project, and it's all not going to be built at once. Usually it takes, on a sizable project, it usually takes a year to 18 months to design a project. We have to go through and go through the right-of-way acquisition process, and that takes time as well. So it could take a couple of years.
I have one more question because I'm just trying to figure this out.
Sure.
Back to Industrial Parkway.
Okay.
Okay, so Industrial Parkway like this, and here comes the corridor. If you're coming from the north, you can only go east. If you're coming from the south, you can only go east along the frontage roads. There's no west after that. It's just the corridor.
The west at that point would put you onto the corridor.
Yeah, but you can't get onto the corridor that way, can you?
You can if you're going west.
So if somebody is on Highway 189, they take Industrial Parkway because somehow they want to do a U-turn maybe, right? And then they can merge to go west on the bypass and then swing back down again. They can with the frontage road merge, or no?
The westbound frontage road will merge onto the bypass.
After Industrial Parkway?
After
to
Industrial
the west.
Parkway to the west.
But then the North Industrial Parkway can't go west. It can only go east to 300 west.
And then
No, they would be able to. They could go west if they wanted to turn. If you're coming from the north, and that's a westbound movement, so they could turn left and get onto.
But you just said that they had to go back to 300 west to be able to go east or south. I'm trying to figure
yes,
this
they're
out.
one-way frontage roads.
I got my.
And then go the other side. Keep our footprint smaller. That is the solution that seems appropriate given the traffic volume, and also trying to keep the footprint smaller than it would be otherwise. I don't know the exact distance between Industrial and 300 West, but we could get that. But the out of direction travel is pretty minor.
Okay, so is this another place, like Aaron said, that the public could say, on Industrial Parkway, we do want the off-ramp to be able to go west? they could give those public comments.
Yes.
Sure. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Once we're actively acquiring right away, UDOT follows a well-defined process. It's defined in Utah State Code. It's very transparent, and we try to be very fair with, obviously, with property owners. It goes through an appraisal process and then an acquisition process. Landowners can get second appraisals. They can reject or accept offers. And then at our public meeting, we will have a right-of-way agent there who can answer their questions specifically about the right-of-way process there. Typically, when we look at right-of-way acquisition, we're looking at, as you see in the graphic there, a lot of times we're just needing a portion of the property. We call those strip takes, and we'll just acquire the portion of the property that we need for the project. If the property or if we get to a point where the acquisition line gets to within a certain distance of a structure, or it obviously goes through the structure or impacts the structure, those are what we would consider to be total acquisitions or total takes at that point. And those are the assumptions that we are making in the document.
How about bisecting sections that just cut properties in half?
Yeah, I think in those situations, we'd have to look at those on a case by case. One of the big concerns that happens when we're bisecting properties is property owners want to get from one side of the property to the other. That's always a concern. We obviously can't make property landlocked without restoring access to that property somehow. If we can't restore that access, then that would be a property that we would purchase in total. Hopefully that answers some questions there. Let's move on. I want to talk a minute about the North Fields and wetland mitigation. We know that whether we're on alternative A or alternative B, we're going to need to be mitigating for wetlands. One of the commitments that we're planning to make in the document is that UDOT will prioritize wetland mitigation in the North Fields. That will be our first place to look to mitigate those wetlands. We won't know what that is until we obviously get further down the road, but we'll look to mitigate there first, and hopefully and our hope there is that we will better align ourselves with the community and your values there, what you're trying to preserve there. Just in terms of wetland mitigation sites, they are protected in perpetuity. We don't allow for any development on those. Views, wetlands, habitat are all protected, and we don't allow for any recreational features on those protected wetlands. We do have a local example in this area you may or may not be aware of, but back when the previous US 40 widening project came in just ahead of the previous Olympics, there was a wetland mitigation site created there along Creamery Creek, right next to the Back 40 Grill, just south of the Back 40 Grill, you see on the graphic there, and that's been a wetland that UDOT's been maintaining for all those years.
Any ideas of the different amounts of wetland acreage you're going to need for the different alternatives? I mean, you've shown it before, but you've refined your route quite a bit.
Yeah, we're still using the numbers that we've shared in the past. I think alternative A was somewhere around 30, I want to say 30-ish acres.
Yeah, maybe it was 50
and yeah, 50 some.
Looks like we just lost signal. Can anyone else online hear me?
I can hear you, Scott.
Okay, so it's just us now.
Yeah.
Let's make some big decisions.
I vote yes.
Hey, I'm still in the building. If nobody else is texting, I'll run up and.
I texted Aaron, so there
Oh, you
should
did?
be.
Okay.
I texted Matt.
There we go. Now we got a video. I'm guessing the computer died.
The chat, I don't know if the chat's available actually. Robin, is the chat available? Scott, can you tell us if you can hear us?
We can hear you now. Yep.
Excellent, excellent. All right, that wasn't.
Did the computer
No, it's
die?
not showing on the screen.
Look good, Tony.
Not quite.
Now we're back to normal.
There we go. Please proceed, Craig.
It's just high level as we've thought about how phasing could possibly happen. It could be done by segments. It could also, we have it, it's all grades separated right now, but it could be, segments could be going in as at grade, and then in the future when those needs arise, those could be changed to grade separations. So those are just a few high level ideas of how this could be possibly phased down the road.
If things were built at grade, Craig, would the sound walls go in at grade, or would you wait on those?
Sound walls get reevaluated when projects come in. That whole process will get relooked at. If correct me if I'm wrong, Naomi, but if it's needed during a project, we would, even if it was at grade, I think we would still be looking at those.
Yeah, prior to construction, we do an updated noise analysis based on the construction design and what's present at that time. But they're all, and I don't want to, I'm not the engineer, but I don't want to speculate, but there are segments of the design that would be hard to convert from at grade to grade separation. And that
Oh, that's a good
1300
point.
South area is probably one of those because of the amount of elevation that you would need to kind of build into the facility just right off the bat to avoid having to completely rebuild it. So those are also considerations, that will come into play when, when there's funding for the project in terms of how it could be phased.
Yeah, that's a good
I'm
point.
sure you're going to get those kind of public questions, especially in that southwest quadrant.
No doubt.
On 1300 South, they'll want the sound wall, whether it's at grade or not.
No doubt. Okay. Let's go to the next slide.
I wonder if we as a council could start looking at planting trees along there or something to help with the buffering.
Well, we have to
we
make
get
sure
it
that we
released.
replace the land for the effluent disposal on the sewer farm. And if that can be moved up, then maybe that's a possibility, but otherwise the effluent will need to be disposed in all of the property.
Yeah. We've had some discussions about the SR 113 intersection. We've just wanted to reiterate that, that Southfield Road will be there. It can be, people will be able to use it. There will come a point where the left turns will not be able to work on that. We don't believe that putting a signal there as it's configured will not work. The spacing is just not, it would congest and cause problems. As we've presented this with Wasatch County, we know that they're looking at possibly realigning Southfield Road in the future, and certainly that would be one really good solution there to help with that and tie that into the high school. Our goal here, of course, is to maintain mobility, both on the corridor as well as on 113 and everywhere else. And so adding a signal there would defeat that purpose.
Any way that you could do a design so that if traffic went south on Southfield Road, that they could swing back around and get onto the corridor. I think that would be so useful for the Olympic Festival parking, where they could come in at Midway Lane, into the festival parking.
Where's the
Then,
festival parking coming in at?
That's going to be at the county fairgrounds and the new high school and the new administration building. That's the plan for the Olympic parking.
Okay.
And instead of them traveling back east to 600 West and then being able to get back to go north or go south on this bypass, if it's possible, again, I'm just saying, if they could just travel south on Southfield Road and somehow be able to merge in any of these directions, I think that would be useful, and it would also allow the county to feel that they're not cut off in their access.
Okay, those are just a few high-level things we wanted to cover. What to expect next. We'll continue to meet with your councils. Our next meeting is planning to meet here with the city council again on the 21st of October, and we'll be meeting with Wasatch County on the 8th. And then if there's any other local governments who wish to meet with us, they can reach out to us. And then and once again, we'll continue to meet with property owners as they reach out to us and schedule meetings. Still on track to release the draft this fall. It's looking like it'll be late November, early December timeframe is what we're looking at right now for that release of that document.
You're still going to wait on the public comment though till January?
We're going to wait for the
Great.
public comment period in January.
Thank you.
We would start the
Oh,
public
sorry.
we would start the public comment period
Yeah.
when the document is released.
It's
And
released. You'll extend it to how long?
So the minimum is 45 days and the maximum is 60 by regulation.
We won't hold the public meeting
Right.
until January, but we'll start the public comment period as soon as we release the draft.
The comments, shoot, I think that's exactly what we asked to avoid, which was waiting so long that the public comments had to happen during the holidays.
Well, it'll still extend beyond. Those public comments will extend beyond into January as well, but we'll start accepting comments.
Comments would have to come before the public meeting.
No.
Usually
The public meeting would be January.
The meeting will be in January, but we'll be accepting comments all through, December and through January, after the public meeting as well.
Yeah.
So people will have a chance to.
Okay, sorry. I said it in a way that makes it hard for you or easy for you to fight it. The vast majority of the public comment would be before the public meeting.
No.
Okay, let's hypothetically
Let's say
it's November 15th.
We usually try to.
November 15th. January 15th would be the end of the 60-day window. Right.
And so we don't have the public hearing at the end of the comment period. We typically aim to have it towards the middle. Since we don't.
I said the public meeting would be in January. That's the part I'm trying to true up real fast.
The public meeting will be in January. We'll be releasing the document. We're looking at the first or second week of December.
So we don't. The same thing.
So we don't have exact dates right now, but in an example of, say, when the public hearing, when the document was released in late November or early December, we would probably look, because of the holidays, we would probably look to have the public meeting in early January, which would still provide for several weeks in a 45-day scenario afterwards for comment.
Possible when you release your route selection that you could produce a 5 or 10 minute video that people could watch that would probably give a lot of the same information that you would give at a public hearing. So at least there's some kind of official, talking it through instead of just, read this big report.
We did that during the alternative screen
we did.
report, if you recall, and have we talked about that?
We can discuss that. Craig and I are not super fond of videos,
Smile, right?
but
we're all trying.
We will discuss that.
The point
I think it's part of the plan.
I think you'll get more productive public comments if you can explain, because you can see my questions. It's like, what's happening on this road or this road, or what do you mean this or what do you mean that? That's going to be more questions than actual productive comments.
We did get very positive feedback, even though it was uncomfortable for us. We did get positive feedback from that. So
the lights are really bright. I'm sure you do.
So I think it's part of the plan. Yeah.
Go ahead, Mike.
I'm just Mayor and Council. I think we spent an hour on this 20-minute item, and maybe we should move forward.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And have them come back and.
It sounds like there's plenty coming at us.
October 21st. I'm not making a motion. I'm just saying we got a lot of them on our agenda.
Oh yeah, we're done. I mean, we can definitely come back. We'll have plenty of time to cover whatever else we talk about tonight.
Well, this is probably, next to the airport, one of the biggest decisions that's going to affect this valley.
Yes.
And now that you're getting close to the end, it's kind of like you're rushing it. You know what I mean? And yet there's so many little details here.
Well,
we're hoping
we don't want to shortcut the public process, and certainly, a lot of things that we've been covering for the last several months will be there in the document. Hopefully, it'll give you a good, give you and the community a good, step forward. There's a lot of information here. I totally get it. But hopefully over the last several months, we've been able to, share a lot of that information. So you have a lot of that background and context. So when you do get the document, it's not like it hitting you cold.
Yeah, and in terms of schedule, really, we're just trying to honor the commitment that we've made to the city and to the county and to the citizens in terms of when we'll have the document out. We do have some restrictions in terms of regulation and how long we can make the comment period. So it's a little bit of a balance. We do understand what you're saying. We're aware of it, and we're going to try to make the comment period in the public meeting as we're trying to support those goals. We just have to work with the time frame and the regulatory limits. So,
I think you're doing a great job. I wanted to reiterate too that the public comment, the comments that we make as city council weigh the same as anyone in the public. We don't have any greater authority on this than anyone else.
Yeah, it's a good reminder, Scott. That is, and it's a good reminder for the public generally that, when they reach out to us to complain about all these things, we need them to still reach out to UDOT during the comment period, because we don't have any extra authority, and two, we also are easy to ignore unless there's a bunch of us.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? All right, have a good trip safely home. Thank you very much. Right, we're going to move on to our next general business item, the update regarding the Council 2025 budget and policy priorities with Matt Brower.
Mayor, thank you. Mayor and Council, in your packet is an updated report on your 10 policy and budget priorities for fiscal year 26. I am pleased to let you know that staff has worked hard on these. We have made significant momentum on many of those. My intent is not to dive into each one of these, but simply to answer any questions that you may have regarding the status of the 10 policy budget priorities and, or of course, the 15 parking lot items that are also attached to the report. Any questions or comments on those items?
Not seen any. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about? Very weird.
I can't hear whoever's talking.
No one's talking right now. We're waiting to see if Tony can pull something up on the screen. It looks like it's just about there, Tony.
I will give you a prelude on one of your parking lot items regarding water loss. I'm going to keep you in suspense until my comments a little bit later.
The which one again?
Water loss.
Water loss.
I'm going to keep you in
comments
suspense
later?
until comments later.
Are you trying to keep us awake here?
I know that there's some work attached to this, and I'm sorry for the question to the staff, but everything that says ongoing could say ongoing forever. I'd love to understand what ongoing means. There's a lot of ongoings here, and it's not a knock. There's a lot of work being done, but I don't know if it's ongoing like waiting on something, ongoing like we're making progress, or ongoing like it's on somebody's back burner and we might just have to get it on next year's list. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so for example, your very first priority that's listed is the leadership role in the 2034 Olympic Games planning. One of those sub-priorities is to develop relationships with the committees. That's an ongoing. That's going to be something that we continue to do for an awful long time. So many of those are that way, naturally. On the other items in which there's actually been a moving of the needle, I try to quantify that, what's been done and when it was done. So if you have specific questions on that, let me know. I'd be happy to answer them.
Regrettably, I wasn't ready for that right now.
Okay.
I did not realize you were going to be asking for general so much as giving
Sure.
us updates on the ongoing.
Sure,
So
and
I'll throw some through email, I suppose.
And to that point, if please don't need to wait for me to bring this up at a council meeting. Ask questions at any time. I'm happy to get back to you. What I'll probably do is if you do email me questions on this, I'll respond to everyone so everyone has the benefit of those answers.
Perfect. Thanks,
Okay.
Matt.
Okay, are we ready to move on?
Yes.
Thank you. We're ready now to go into our action items. Everyone, the first action item agenda is the, well, why not? We've already talked about this. This is a city thing. I'm not seeing Ms. Avery online, so let's just rearrange some order here. Let's do the short-term rental code clarification and the Jordan L. Ridge open space easement, and then we'll come back to those other city items, please. So who's going to present on the short-term rental code clarification? Please go ahead, Tony.
Okay. So Mike was part of these conversations. We've got Jeff here. As you recall, he is a manager of many of these facilities, and he instigated this discussion. The question really is, when we have an outbuilding, such as an accessory dwelling unit that's 160 square feet, his question is, well, does the 200 square foot limit in the code preclude you from doing that? As we talked amongst the three of us, we felt that it shouldn't, that we had intended that the code would take the total square footage on the property for a short-term dwelling and divide that by 200 to determine how many can be in that house. And that's how we read it, but we do understand that somebody might read it differently. So what we are proposing is that we come back to you with an ordinance language to clarify that issue. I've provided an idea of what that language might look like in my staff report.
I think that language makes really good sense, Tony. The first section of the red language had some questions still in my mind, and you resolved it with the additionally part.
Oh, okay. So generally, if you're okay with the idea and generally support the language, I'd work with Jeremy to make sure he is absolutely comfortable that it's rock solid, and we'd come back in 2 weeks with an ordinance. If it doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal, we could even put it on the consent agenda for next time.
So go ahead.
I was just going to say, if it's appropriate, I'd love to hear, since Jeff was the one that kind of brought it up, I'd love to hear if he thinks that it, and I guess just a nod or a thumbs up, if he thinks that that language does make sense. Cool.
Oh, okay.
Let the record show double thumbs up.
So what I'm trying to figure out is saying you're going to divide the 200 square feet of total livable building space on the whole property, which would include the main dwelling as well as the separate ADU. Okay. But then when it says the accessory building containing the ADU shall not exceed the exact occupancy limit. So does this mean if somebody had like I said, a tough shed, that they seem to think was a detached ADU, and it was, 50 square feet, that would also then be covered for renting?
Correct. And then the building code and/or our accessory dwelling unit regulations would say how many people could occupy that. So
a half a person.
Well, it wouldn't be a half a person. It would be at least one person, but it would not likely be.
I'm just concerned about any abuse of.
The second part would prevent, and maybe Jeremy, but I think that would prevent a very large home and a small tough shed assigning a ton of occupancy to the tough shed, because that still doesn't fit with the occupancy limits.
I just don't want.
Like I say, I had that question until I got to that line. I was like, oh, there's the way out of it. That makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. And frankly, like on an ADU, I mean, it's an ADU, so someone's not going to want 30 people back in the ADU in their backyard, and they're not big enough to have 30 people back there anyway, so it's probably not going to be a huge issue. But I do think that language would clarify it and limit those number of people.
Any other questions, comments, motions on the clarification?
Just wanted to gauge the temperature and support. If you're okay with it, we'll put it on the next agenda for adoption of an ordinance. And it sounds like we'll shoot for the consent agenda. If you have concerns, you can always take it off the consent agenda and discuss it separately.
Since it's on an action item, do we have to move that it comes back next time? Or can it just do what we just said?
Direction's fine. I think direction's fine, unless you really want to do that. Okay. I'm going to skip the public comment on that, but if you were welcome to say something if you'd like. Finally, right. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the next agenda item, the Jordanelle Ridge open space easement. And Jeremy, we'll turn this over to you. Mike, I don't know if you want to come forward or not, but thank you for your patience.
All right, thanks, Mayor. And Mike Bradshaw is here as well to represent the developer on this project, so he can weigh in as well. So just a little background. Back in 2007, the property owner, when they're back still in the county, entered into an easement agreement with the county as part of their development agreement with the county, which covered essentially this same area. That easement agreement and their agreement required them to kind of dedicate pieces of this as they went along in their development. And they previously dedicated 217 acres, which is still just owned in fee by the county. Um, and then eventually they annexed out of the county and into the city. We entered into a new development agreement with them that required them to dedicate this open space to the city, or to provide for a conservation easement over this open space area. And we've been working with them for probably almost 2 years, I'd bet. And working with the county, we wanted to try to get an agreement that the county could be a part of, and that would satisfy their concerns. We've kind of discussed a lot of things. One was to do kind of a traditional conservation easement. Through a number of discussions, we decided that it was better to do a conservation easement that would be in favor of the city, with the county backstopping that. So having authority to enforce that, so that we have this kind of double layer of enforcement, so that if we have a future city council that maybe wanted to develop this all, they wouldn't be able to without the county also agreeing. So we figured, between the two of them, it's very unlikely that, we'll have changes, unless, of course, those are something that, just, you never know what's going to happen 50 years from now. Maybe there is some change that everybody really wants and agrees to and thinks is great, which is frankly one of the problems with conservation easement sometimes, is you're very locked into what's in the conservation easement and there's really no room for change. This is obviously a huge area. It's 1,967 acres, which is, significant area. Under the terms of their development agreement with the city, they're required to kind of do what they were with the county, which is kind of piecemeal this in as they develop. They're supposed to dedicate a certain amount of this to us. Matt asked the developer when we started this process to agree to dedicate all of this, so we could get all this into the city and finish this and get it all kind of knocked out in one fell swoop. So that's what we're bringing back today. The easement agreement contains a number of permitted uses within this area, mostly trails. There's some exceptions for water tanks, other public facilities, but essentially it's going to remain in the condition that it is in today, which is public access trails that are available to everybody in the community throughout this entire area. The property will be owned in fee by the Homeowners Association for Jordanelle Ridge, which will be responsible for maintaining all the property and all the trails. So the city is not taking on maintenance of this property, but the easement provides access to all of the public to utilize these trails in perpetuity. I think that's it, unless there's any questions.
I just had a clarification, please, in clause 3, I think it is, about the communication infrastructure. It's saying, that could be a use on the easement property. And, but then it was saying later down below, and maybe I'll try to read it. I'm sorry, this is pulling up weird on this tablet. So it's saying clause 3, specifically allowed uses. Okay, communications, infrastructure and facilities utilized solely for public facilities, and then it talks about fencing and so forth, but then it says buried or non-visible communications, infrastructure and facilities. Is that the same thing? You've got it mentioned twice. I'm just trying to make
those
sure.
are slightly different. So the first one was intended to be for communication facilities on public infrastructure. So if you have a water tank and you have telemetry on your water tank, or you have a well that has telemetry on it, that you're trying to get readings, so you have something that's specific to that well, where you're getting those, some sort of communications facility set up on those facilities. And then the second one would be if you just had buried or non-visible communication infrastructure facilities. So those would be maybe like buried telecommunications lines or something that were non-visible.
So just to follow up, please, and Mike or Jeremy, I'm not sure who could answer this. It seems that given the map that's here, it goes up not to the top of the ridge line, right? This agreement is for the lower half of the ridge. Is that correct? All the way across?
I think we have a map. It goes, I mean, it goes pretty close to the top of the ridge line.
Isn't
It may
the
not
ridge
be
right?
exactly on the top, but it goes up above where our current trail system goes.
So,
So
you
we
know,
kind of have a trail that goes across the top. I mean, pretty close to the top of the ridge, but it's just set down off of the Windy Ridge corridor. I know a number of you have been on it on your mountain bikes.
well,
And
again,
then
I'm only
so that it basically goes up to at least that area,
to the
beyond that
top.
area.
It goes to the, so this green line is the top of the ridge line then?
It's not necessarily the top of the ridge. It goes pretty close to the top of the ridge.
Okay, well
Okay.
then, here's my final question. I'm just concerned that there's no cell phone towers showing above the ridge line.
Well, that would fall underneath our ridgeline ordinance and wouldn't comply with the ridgeline ordinance. So we don't have
so
any
we're covered.
intent or plan to do that, but that would be covered by your ridgeline ordinance.
I just know your water tank is, I think, pretty close to that ridge
Well, we
line.
do have a water tank that's kind of, it is on that ridge line. That ridge line is pretty deep. That water tank is set back. It's completely buried, and there's telemetry already there on that water tank. And you can't see that from Highway 32. I mean, that telemetry stuff is pretty small, right? You just can't see it.
I
So
agree.
it is there
again,
existing today.
You can understand my concern.
No, I get it. I totally
about
get it.
People
Yeah.
not wanting to see,
Yeah.
big cell phone towers up
Yep.
there on the
We
ridge line.
we totally get that. We totally get that. I mean, we would comply. Anything up there would have to comply with the current ridgeline ordinance that we have. So anything proposed up there, whether it's a water tank or anything else, it complies with the ridgeline ordinance.
Thank you, thank you. I just wanted to verify that. Jeremy, are you good with that?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And, we've, as we discussed when we discussed the ridge line, we're very protective of that ridge line looking up from the valley. So certainly a cell tower daylighting above that ridge line would not be code compliant.
Is there a reason, Jeremy, and it may just be because of the actual acreage count, or because of what the county put in place a long time ago, is there a reason that the green line on the bottom of what we're looking at doesn't hug to the ridge line? And the reason I say that is not all the trails, some of the trails are inside the green, but like
we do have
the
some
old Coyote
trails
Loop
that go
is above
outside of
that.
it.
Yeah.
We do. And there is still quite a bit of open space up there that will ultimately, this understand that what we're trying to take care of today, it attacks an ancient easement agreement, and we had carried that over into our development agreement, which is what we're addressing. We have additional open space that will be added into the HOA over time. So there's pieces beyond that current line that will get added and be brought into the HOA as we go further east. But this covers at least to take care of this one line item in our development agreement. So and it takes care of essentially the face that faces Heber today. Everything else goes pretty much beyond and goes east at that point. Yeah.
Jeremy, would that explanation, which makes sense to me, would that explanation be something that you would also agree to in the face of a resident saying, this signals to me an intent to develop above the green line, but before the ridge line?
We go ahead, Jeremy, if you want to answer that.
I mean, Mike can answer that, but I don't think they have any intent. I don't think they have room to develop in there.
No, I mean, again, the ridgeline area per se, that ridgeline that comes through there, we will continue to put trails and golf and other outdoor type activities that are allowed within our open space agreement along that corridor. All the development is set back and goes further east from that. In fact, we've already come in and got our development plan approved through at this point for the stuff that's going to be developed just to the east of that corridor. Yeah, we have. And all of it is pushed further east beyond the water tank. Does that make sense? So if you look at where the water tank is, all of the lots in development are pushed kind of east of that water tank.
That does
okay. And they go a little bit north below the water tank as you go down to Highway 32, right?
Does this mean if the city and the county agrees to this easement, that this land will be dedicated to the city forthwith?
It gets dedicated into the homeowners association as Jeremy outlined.
To the HOA?
Yes. Yep.
Then we'll have an easement, this easement that runs in favor of both the city and
And
the
the
county.
county.
The easement structure that the easement's in favor of the city, but the county has kind of backup enforcement authority. So if the city fails to enforce the terms of the easement agreement, the county can step in, give us notice and say, you failed to enforce it. We still fail to enforce it, then the county can take legal action to enforce the agreement. And again, the intent of this is to kind of provide this backstop to say, just in case the city council changes and we happen to have 3 people that all of a sudden want to, allow development on this, we have this kind of check and balance. But we have this check and balance so that if there is something that, both the county and the city agree, yes, maybe this is something because of changes to everything that's happened. I mean, one of the things like, we went through a lot of thought that went into this and the permitted uses, and like we have mountain biking, but we also have kind of mountain biking related facilities. So when I was a kid and you mountain biked, you didn't have like features that came down, bank turns that were made out of wood and stuff like that. Nowadays those are really popular. So this would allow features like that, even their trail features. If we were locked into kind of a very rigid agreement where there's no possibility to amend it in the future, those probably would never be allowed, or both the county and the city would have to basically overlook enforcement of those. So that's, again, I think I really like the structure of this because I think it creates that, it makes it really hard to change this, but it makes it possible if it's something
Everybody
that,
agrees.
if everybody agrees, yeah.
You'd have to have essentially 3 entities would have to agree: the homeowners association, the county, and the city.
So we had a timeline in the MDA that you would do the one trailhead every 1,400 units.
Yeah.
And then we've got 2,405 acres still that you need to, I guess, follow this same format.
Well, I mean, again, Mayor, the format in the development agreement is that we would dedicate open space at a ratio. It's at a ratio, right?
This is
And we've been
a lot
prepared
more
to do
than
this.
what you've
This
done.
goes beyond that,
Yes.
right? I mean, we would probably have about 300 acres that would be dedicated to the city today. This is putting all of this acreage in right now.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of banks our acreage for a little
Quite some
while,
time.
right?
I totally understand.
According
I'm
to the
just saying.
agreement, at some point, we will continue to dedicate open space, okay? But I can tell you, to be honest with you, we're kind of getting a little more forward thinking in this, and we're getting trails done. And we've added probably 6 to 7 more miles of trail this year, and we'll do that again next year. Well, as we start to finish some of those other future areas off with trails, and they're ready to go, we'll probably start dedicating some larger chunks into this open space. You follow what I'm saying? So my guess is from now on, we're always going to stay ahead of you. And we'll be able to coordinate that with the planning department to make sure that we do.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you. And I'd love to see your trail map updated too.
And we'll
as we
continue
do
to
this,
update it
that'd
every
be
year.
Great.
Yep.
I really appreciate the work to try and Mike, the way you just said that everybody has to agree. The problem in my mind is actually it's really not that hard to get 3 people in this council that want to do something up there and to get 5 people in the county. That I could see that happening pretty easily.
Well,
I
but again,
actually
you'd
see-
also have to have the homeowners association to agree, right? All 3 parties would have to agree if you were to take something out of the conservation easement. We don't think that is likely to happen.
I appreciate that. Do we need to? And so my comment is, if we think that's the case, should we? If we think that the intent is to make it harder to get out of, but possible to get out of, do we need to put some kind of negative incentive to the homeowners association where they would want to not do that the city or somebody else could let them out of in the future? So for instance, if everybody actually really, really does agree, we let them out of the catch. But if there's 3 council members, there's 5 county council members, And the homeowners association is like, cool, tons more revenue. I don't know. Should we do more?
Can I give you a little more likely scenario? Okay, because the problem with it is I think what we can't deal with today is what that might be. But let me give you a scenario that if we'd have done this 20 years ago, or let's say we did this 40 years ago before mountain bikes even existed, and the only thing we had was people using the trail to hike and horses, and we put in this agreement that that's all you could have, and then magically 20 years later mountain bikes got invented, and we had all these people coming to pet mountain bikes, and we had this easement agreement that said only horses and hiking can happen on this. What would we all do? And if we were stuck in a typical conservation easement, you wouldn't be able to add the mountain bikers. You wouldn't be able to do it. But with the three parties agreeing like this, I think that's a more realistic example. Does that make sense? I don't know what's going to happen in 50 years. I don't know what it's going to be, why the homeowners association, the council, and the county want to change it. But mountain bikes didn't exist it's probably more than 40 years ago. You know what I mean? But it's about that, right? I was probably in my 20s when mountain bikes were invented, and that's been at least 30 years ago, right? Sorry, but at least. But do you see what I'm saying? So I would use that as more an example. I don't think the county and us and the city is going to agree ever to see housing up there. Largely, it's 30% slopes or greater in most of that area.
Let me add to that. It's not just getting the three parties to approve this, but this would require an amendment to the development agreement. It'd be considered a major amendment, which means you got to go to the planning commission. You have to have a public hearing. Has to come back to the city council. It's going to be a significant process.
It really would be.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Okay.
And
Thank you. That helps.
Yeah, and Aaron, I mean, also this is one of the reasons we wanted the HOA to have this and not the developer, is to make sure that, because the HOA, the developer might have incentive to try to develop it. The HOA is never going to have incentive to develop it because, they want to keep this open. I mean,
and even if the council and the county council didn't have representatives that lived in that HOA, and so they all agreed, who cares what happens to those guys? The homeowners are still going to speak for themselves, right? I mean,
Makes sense. Sounds great.
Is that good?
Thanks for humoring my questions.
Hey, Mike, this is Scott. I just want to let you know I do ride my bike up there, and I love the trails. Thank you so much. The new ones you're putting in are awesome.
You're welcome. You're certainly welcome.
Great spot.
Is anyone ready for further questions, discussion, or motions?
Aaron, it was a good question, though. It was a reasonable question.
Aaron?
No, I just said, Aaron, it was a reasonable
Okay.
question.
If you don't mind, I am going to open this up for the public comment on the action items. We've got 10 minutes potential of public comment on this action item. And again, this item is the Jordan L. Ridge open space easement. Anybody in the chamber or anyone online, you're welcome to come off mute and give a public comment on this. The time's now open. Okay. I'm not seeing anyone raise their hand, Robin. Okay. All right. Well, it looks like we will close the public comment period then and turn it back to the council for any questions, comments, or motions.
I move to accept the conservation easement proposed.
I'll second, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. We'll start with the voting, and Scott.
Problem that he said conservation easement instead of open space easement.
Sorry, open space easement as proposed.
You accept that again, Sid?
Yes, I
Thank
second.
you. Okay.
Eric, can I just make one?
Yes.
So as part of this, there's a separate agreement that's in the packet, which is the agreement to
Termination
terminate and
agreement.
replace the open space easement.
Yes.
That's really an agreement between the developer and the county to terminate their existing easement. We are a signature to that agreement. So just, approval of this easement also implies that we're going to also sign that. I just want to make that clear.
Do we need
Sure.
to say that in the wording?
We probably do. We need to say that accepting the agreement to terminate and replace the open space with Jordan L. Ridge, and then the open space easement.
I think it's probably best to clarify that we're we're approving both of them.
Okay, Scott, do you want to do that?
I would clarify that we are approving both of them.
I'll second.
Is that clear enough, Jeremy? All right, let's start with you, Sid, on the vote.
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
That passes 4-0. Thank
This
you.
is valuable. This is huge.
All right. Let's go forward now, or I should say backward, to the Mill Road 980 South intersection improvements. And Russ presented all of them in the work meeting held previously. If you can just give a quick summary, Russ, in case anybody missed that online, and then the council can give direction or action.
I mean, I can give a summary without pulling up drawings, or I can quickly pull up the drawings.
Just probably that final cost summary.
Okay. So we went through several alternatives to improve safety at the Mill Road 980 South intersection. I gave you my input on my recommendation. I mean, really, you could do numerous things. Even as I was kind of sitting between now and then, I had the thought that if we put the overhead arms on the south side, the RRFB overhead signal, you could still potentially keep that north crosswalk and have at grade RRFBs there. That might be
That's
an
true.
idea,
That's
but
true.
we could research that further in design.
Mhm.
Another thing I wanted to point out to the council is we have in the budget, I believe, $200,000 for traffic calming approved.
Good,
I think
good.
that's where the money I would propose would come from. We have money to, again, start a design. These are estimates, of course, and depending on how we design it and what we do is going to determine the final number and what kind of bids we get. But I think that we have enough to move forward with any of the alternatives that don't involve a hawk. And so I want to answer questions and get direction.
There is not, from what I could understand, and I did some Googling, a way to do RRFB at an angle in the middle of the intersection, is there? So that it's closer to both sides?
No, you don't want to do that. Overhead, you want to be at the crosswalk, and we could look at some.
If
of
you had to
those
guess,
alternatives.
and I realize it's hard based on, especially it's hard based on what's here, but I bet you do know this answer or close to it. What would that you just described be? So it would be option 2 with the additional at grade RRFB. What would that cost be?
I would just estimate that the $200,000 that we have in the budget right now would cover it. I don't know for sure, but I would estimate that would be the case.
So it wouldn't be doubling option 2, for instance. It'd be somewhere between option 2 and
Option 6 is where you just have it.
yeah, that's a good point, actually.
41,000 total. So it's
One way to
dang
look at
close
it.
to
There you go.
total.
So that's the answer right there. Yeah,
There you go.
and it would be probably even
Range
less
there.
than that if you did it a little bit. Cool.
We could get into those details during the design.
I do think it's really important that we do something. These schools are permanent and they serve a lot of Heber City kids, and all of those have to cross Mill Road. I am interested in doing what's most effective at the best value. And I basically had chosen 2 and 3. I'm good with either one of those. 2 is the option 2 is what our engineer is recommending, and I can support that. I think the bulb outs really will help.
Oh, yeah.
1, it just cuts the time to cross the road, which is a big savings here. 2, it's going to give more space for kids to gather and wait, so they're not bumping out and falling in the street. So I think the bulb outs really work, and then I think combining that with the overhead RRFB, red rover, I don't know what that means, furball, something.
Rectangular rapid flashing beacons.
Okay. Rapid flashing beacons. I think that is going to be the most significant visual impact, where it's right in front of them, above, as they're looking forward rather than off to the side. So it's an extra 50 grand. I think it's well worth it. To save one accident would be well worth it. So I would support 2 if everyone else does.
Is that a motion?
Russ,
Sure.
oh, sorry.
I'll make a motion that we accept our engineer's recommendation for option 2.
I second that.
With addition to adding the signs on the north, right?
So I'm just going to say, I would like to still pursue seeing if we add the crosswalk or not. I'd like the input from the crossing guards and the police, and then we can make that decision. But let's move forward. And if we have to add that in, that's easy.
And I
I
was just gonna
second
say-
that.
Cool. And I was just going to say option 2, while we're doing option 2 and we're already doing build outs and moving concrete, should we pull some power in case we wanted to throw those at grade RRFBs in there in the future?
Yes.
It
That's a
seems
good
like
idea.
that would be the time to do it, and we don't necessarily have to buy them now.
Well, I don't know if I can ask a clarifying question or if you want to take a vote or what you want to do, but my thought would be, I've gotten that direction. I meet with the police and then we take that input and make the decision, or does the council want us to come back after I meet with?
I'm fine with you guys.
If
As long
there's
as
no
it's at
major
least
changes.
option 2, I
right?
think we'd be good.
Unless you're finding some major changes that you need to let us know and we need to decide a different option, right?
Great, I appreciate it.
I think you guys have.
What do you think?
Yeah, that's what I
about
basically,
Aaron's idea?
if it's costly, come back. If it's not, then do what you think is best.
So you're not against him researching doing the at grade on the north side RFBs?
Well, I can see right now that's $41,000. Would have to come back.
I would guess that $41,000
I think it would fit within the budget that we have available for traffic calming. And so if I have that authorization, I want to verify, one, that there's no big concerns with the MUTCD requirements. And then, of course, I want to get input from the police and the crossing guards on the need to absolutely keep that north crossing or not. I just wanted to throw that out there. That was another thing I was thinking about. I think that we could fit it within the budget we have available.
Well, give us an
makes
update,
sense.
right? Give us an update once you get some more solid figures. Really glad you've got the 200,000, right? Hopefully that's going to stretch far enough and we'll see how that proceeds, right?
I think
we
I
good?
think to answer your question, I'm good with you
Recollection
going
is
forward.
that's what I
anyway.
asked for, and unless it was, I'll verify that as well. If that's not there, I will be coming back to talk to you, but that's my memory.
Okay, so he's clear. Are we clear? Is everybody clear?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, you really came up with that fast. Really appreciate
really
your
did. That was
responsiveness
amazing.
to the citizens. I think they'll be really pleased with the design and they'll want it yesterday. Yes. Okay, so let's start with the vote with you, Sid.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, that passes 4-0 with the one excused. Okay, now we are to our last agenda item. Matt, you're going to give us a consolidated fee schedule amendment to update the cemetery fee schedule columbarium niche pricing.
Mayor, just give me one moment to transition. I'm going to pose upon you. I'm not able to share screen. So if you wouldn't mind going to the last agenda item and pulling up the project amendments, the very, very, very bottom. Thank you. Mayor and Council, let me begin by providing you some context. Actually, maybe let me start by giving you some great news and an update on the columbarium. The project is intended to be CO'd in a matter of a couple weeks in time for the ribbon cutting, which is planned for Friday, October 3rd at noon. Pretty exciting stuff. If you go out there now, you can see that we're down to the minor details. Staff has been working feverishly on getting the irrigation, getting the lawn planted, trying to do all we can to save money by doing most of it in-house. So a lot of activity, but it's winding down and it's on schedule. And that's pretty exciting to report to you. A year ago, actually it's probably a year ago, June, when we kicked this project off, I came to you and requested that we establish niche fees for the columbarium with the belief that we could sell a number of the niches during the construction period. We've done that. It hasn't been as many as we'd hoped, but we have sold a few. The fees that I presented to you were based upon the cost of the construction back then. It was the bid cost that Jardines gave us, which was 4.05 million. Fast forward, and of course, we have approved numerous change orders, and you can see those listed here on the screen. There's been a total of 9 of them. The first one was adding the second combarium. This was obviously the 800-pound gorilla. This was about $300,000. Change orders 2 through 5 were minor ones, a bunch of minor ones, adding low voltage for video and security, expanding a water line from 2 inches to 4 inches, a number of just needed items. Number 6 was surface improvements. Recall this is an amendment you approved for paving the ingress and egress of Heritage Farmers Parkway. 7 is the pump house, moving the pump house from where it was over to where it is now. The fountains, which is the one you approved as well, and stone veneer, which is being added to the bottom of the combariums to help increase the attractiveness. So the construction project budget went from 4.041 to 4.9. The all-in project cost is $5.48 million. So we are now at the end. We have an updated cost for the project, and I am coming before you to wanting to discuss the need to increase the cost of the niches to cover the total cost of the project. Not the total cost of the project, but cover the cost of the increased cost from the project. Tony, can I have you go to, let's go cemetery fee schedule. I'm sorry, niche pricing evaluation. And if you go down to the very bottom, if you can actually go up a little bit, Tony, so you can see the second, right there. Okay. So we had the expert run a number of scenarios that looked at raising additional revenue through the sales of niches to cover the increase in the construction cost. What I've done is taken scenario A, which would increase the revenues from the sale of the 1,296 niches by $700,000. Okay. So what we've done, Tony, if you go to the next one, entitled Niche Pricing Evaluation. I'm sorry, cemetery fee schedule. Robin, is there any way that I can share my screen?
Are you plugged into the meeting?
Mm-hmm. Right now, it's not highlighted. Bear with me for just a moment.
What part's not highlighted?
I beg your pardon?
What part's not highlighted?
It's where it says share. Oh, there it is. Now it's highlighted. Thank you.
He's trying to do his. He's trying to do his machine. Share his screen.
Robin, how do we show that on that TV screen right there? I've got it on my screen. I got it on Robin's screen, but it's not on that screen there.
I've never said the word enrichment.
Enrichment, it's a new vocabulary word. And if you can increase the size of that, Tony. A little bit larger, please.
I can see it. Matt might have to do it down on the bottom.
There you go. Okay. Okay. So let me provide some more context. So in the combariums, we've identified the niches as value niches, standard niches, or premium niches. And that's based upon where they're located on that niche wall. For example, the ones at the very, very top or at the very bottom would be value. The ones that are a little bit lower would be standard. And the premiums, of course, are about your eye height, for example. They're the highest value ones. The column there that says current, that is your current niche price. Okay, that's what's listed in your fee schedule.
Price today.
That's price today. Proposal 1 and Proposal 2 is based upon the numbers I just showed you that was done by our consultant. That would generate an additional $700,000 of revenue based upon the niche sales. The difference between Proposal 1 and Proposal 2 is this. Under Proposal 1, what I did is I took the numbers that the consultant gave me, and what he was looking at only was the resident price. He wasn't looking at non-resident. And it's really important that we distinguish a price from resident to non-resident. Why? Because the residents of Heber have already put $2.75 million into this project. That was approved in the project budget when you kicked this off a year ago. So it's very important that the resident price not be the same as the non-resident price. So in Proposal 1, what I did is I took the recommended price per niche and I increased the non-resident by 10%. So in essence, the resident would be par, and then the non-resident would be 10% above that. In Proposal 2, what I did is I took the par number that the consultant gave me, decreased the resident by 5% from that, and then increased the non-resident by 5%. So you essentially net out the same amount of revenue. The reason I did that is when I looked at Proposal 1,
Increases less.
correct. And the reason I did that is because in Proposal 1, if you'll notice on the far right-hand side, I've got a private sector columbarium there. I'm not going to tell you who it is. I told them I wouldn't, but that is a market price there for niches in Salt Lake. If you look at Proposal 1, it's especially for non-resident, we're out of the money. We're out of the market there. But if you look at Proposal 2, if you look at overall at the value, we're there, at the standard, we're there, the premiums are a little bit higher than normal. But we have a facility that is next to none. There is not a facility of this equal, whether in the Wasatch back or the Wasatch front. So I'm proposing we go with Proposal 2. It still keeps our niche revenues on market with the one you see on the far right. And then I'm also suggesting this, the fees, sorry, I keep saying fees, the niche cost on the current column. In my investigation, what I realize is that those numbers include basic engraving. It's in there, it says that. Basic engraving on the niche wall. But what it didn't include was the ennichment, which is essentially the opening and closing of the niche, taking the wall down to have it engraved or brought back, and the perpetual care. And so what I've done, I'll show you here in just a moment, is I'm advocating we go with Proposal 2, and then Tony, actually, I can go to it one moment. What I'm proposing is,
It is common though.
so what I'm showing you now, actually, can we show this? It's on my screen, but it's not. Tony, I've switched to a different file. It's on my screen. It's not on yours, though. If we actually went back to yours, you could pull it up. Can we do that? There it is right there. Thank you.
I need to share my screen.
Bear with me. I'm almost to the end. Almost to the punchline.
Okay, which page?
I need to go to towards the bottom. You'll see a row that says Combariums, niche 1 and 2. Up, it's up. Go up, please. Keep going. Keep going. Right there. So what you're looking at now is a copy of your consolidated fee schedule, specifically the chapter that deals with cemetery fees and services. And what we're establishing here is updated niche fees, which I just showed you as Proposal 2. So you can see that there for the value. Tony, if you go down some more, you got the value. You can see there you got the standard, and then you got the premium. What's highlighted in yellow corresponds specifically with the Proposal 2 I just showed you on the Excel spreadsheet. Okay, go down a little bit more, Tony. And then what I'm proposing is that we add an enrichment fee, which is the opening and closing, $300 for resident, $400 for non-resident. That is for weekdays. I'm also adding one for weekends, $500 and $600. And then the special engraving, meaning engraving that goes above and beyond the basic engraving. They've got to pay that freight, and they would do that. And go down a little bit more, Tony.
Are we doing the engraving?
No, we would do that through Larkin. They would be the ones that did that for us.
I don't know how long our contract is with Larkin. but it's obviously likely to change. I'm wondering if we want to just put, maybe not the price there, so we don't have to.
Plus 20%.
That
Cost
is
plus
that
some-
and more.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know
so
how
we don't have to
frequently
keep it
they'll
that full.
change it.
Right.
Yeah.
That's another recommendation I'm going to recommend. Larkin actually changes a lot of their enrichment, their grading fees on an annual basis, like we do with our impact fees. I'm suggesting we do that the same as well. And we'll come back during the budget process and include that recommendation. So what I'm proposing, council, for your consideration is that we establish updated niche fees. We establish the enrichment cost, the perpetual care cost, which I've actually included in to proposal 2. So proposal 2 includes not only what I showed you, but a opening and closing fee to cover staff's time, the enrichment, the perpetual care, the enrichment, and then the special engraving. Now, having said that, I'm not looking for approval tonight. My staff's telling me we have to do this by an ordinance because we're amending the consolidated fee schedule. I'm in need of having this done before the open houses, which commence on October 1st. And so I'm hoping that you'll be able to set a date for a special meeting. It shouldn't take very long to have the public hearing, which we'll advertise and post, and then take action on these cost proposals so that we can get them in place before the open house as well as the ribbon cutting. You do.
Tony,
Mhm.
can you go back to the Excel sheet? Well, sorry, the other one, the list, the yellow cells.
It's on mine. If you give that back to me.
Matt, while you're pulling that up, the one thing that I don't know if this does, and you may have done the work and just not told us just now, if we're trying to get back to the changes, I think we have to weight the sales between resident and non-resident in order to make sure that's happening here. Does that make sense? Meaning that if most are resident, then perhaps we're not raising that one enough. If most are non-resident, perhaps we're raising that too much to get there. I don't have any idea how they're selling or how they're weighted yet.
Yeah.
I don't have any idea what the ratios look like.
We've only sold about a half dozen. It's not very many. Most are resident. We are in conversations right now with a Jewish synagogue out of Park City that wants to buy a large number. That would be all non-resident. And so my crystal ball.
Listing price at the current price?
No, we've not entered into a deal yet. So if you're able to adopt this, it would probably come in at the updated rates. But my crystal ball is not that accurate. I don't know what the future is going to hold. But obviously, the updated proposal does assume a few things, right? 50-50 resident, non-resident. I don't know what's going to happen. But we can do the best we can. We keep monitoring that. If we got to adjust it, we come back to you and make some adjustments to those rates in the future.
Okay. And then the only other question, which has nothing to do with him pulling that up, or whoever's pulling it up, do we charge a fee for an ownership change?
Yes,
I should probably know
$200.
that. Sorry?
Yes, $200. Mm-hmm.
I would think that that's one we want to up as well, if you didn't already. Maybe that's for next time. But the thought process there is, this is a public meeting, so anybody that gets word of it right now and goes and buys them and then wants to sell them later.
I was going to ask
less
that.
of an incentive to do so.
If somebody buys a niche, and then just dies in California and gets buried in California, can they? How do they give that or sell that back to the? Does it go back to the city?
They can sell it back to us at the price in which they bought it, and then we can turn on and resell it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a contractual obligation.
That is correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
When you buy a plot, when you buy a niche, we are going to give you a certificate of ownership of that plot, of that niche. In fact, the mayor signs these when we sell those, and so that is a document that we have that you can then sell back to us, and then we will, of course, sell it again to someone.
At the rate that you paid, not
correct.
Not
Yeah, we're not going to get into this secondary market and have to pay some exorbitant cost. That's very well written into our policies.
Okay. If Mark Smedley wanted to buy one tomorrow, does he get the current price?
He would get the price that is included in your current consolidated fee schedule, which is the current prices.
It has to be the next meeting. With the
I was using Mark instead of someone else. Well,
we have enough time
so the public knows they can still buy it. I mean, this is a public meeting, so hopefully that's good.
Now, also,
Okay, go ahead.
no, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I forgot, but it'll come.
Well, let me go. So there's a couple policy changes too that you'll see when it comes back. One is that we are negotiating right now with this group, this religious group. And in that case, we may offer a little bit different pricing than what's here, but that will be based upon an agreement that's going to come before you for approval. Okay, number one. Number two, we also put in there that we will run sales from time to time. What we want to do is get these rates updated and still offer a 10% decrease for residents and non-residents as a, if you will, grand opening sale that will run through December 31st. And so that also affords us the ability to do that.
I like that.
Hey, Matt, can we also look at the other fees on that schedule to make sure that they're in line with market?
Such as grave sites.
We will.
Gravesite
Right
fees.
now, my focus has been
Yeah.
niches, obviously, because of the urgency, making sure that the price we're going to charge covers the cost. And this not only does that, this could generate an additional $200,000 to $400,000 to $500,000 that could go back to perpetual care or to offset some of the costs of the general fund towards this project.
Yeah, okay.
You'll have the grand opening sale.
I can't hear that's being said.
Mark Smedley with a question. With regard to the sales, when I talked to Larkin, would the policy also include being able to have sales throughout the year, a Memorial Day sale or?
Yes, the sales could happen more than the grand opening, and the policy affords that, yes.
And then I had one other question, and it says, if I buy one, I'm a resident, and then I want Lynette to be next to me, and that has the companion, the resident companion, and it has a price.
That's for two.
That's for two.
That's for two.
Okay.
Yep, good questions.
I thought it was two people in one box.
That's just one niche.
It's one niche that you can put two urns in.
You can put two urns in the companion, but not a single.
Correct.
Doesn't fit. Oh.
Correct.
So I did have a recommendation. You just said there's a few people that have already bought these, and now we're going to be removing the enrichment fee.
So they're coming under the current prices.
Yeah, I would recommend we just refund them. So how are we going to remember 6 people over?
It's in the contract.
Is it in the contract? Oh, okay. Well, then I'm good. I thought we'd have to keep track of it for another 40 years.
What we do, and understand, there's all sorts of uniqueness in that cemetery. You got plots with headstones, plots without headstones. You have premium plots, non-premium plots. You have niche value, standard and premium. There's a lot of diversity in terms of the value of the plots and niches.
Okay, those are all different contracts.
And no, when I say this facility is unique, there's not one that I'm aware of. The Larkins even said that's even aware like this. Not only is it just a beautiful, beautiful building, but we have the system under the courtyard and the concrete to keep the snow off, keep it dry year round. The view is second to none. It is. There's
not that they'll notice. But
there's nothing like it.
Yeah.
So
it's gorgeous up there.
Yeah, it is gorgeous.
So I guess I'm looking for is, I know you're busy. Mayor and I talked about her schedule.
Sorry,
and it's busy.
I'm sorry, we're late. What you said, I totally understand, but I'm not seeing it in the numbers. So if you just start at the top, 1,600, and then we bumped it up to 1,990, and then you reduced it to 1,890. But look at the non-residents gone down too. Went from 2,000 went up to 2,180.
Yep.
And then it went down. You said it's supposed to be going up 5%.
So one was the raise. Two was the group that gave him a recommendation, and he went up 5 and down 5.
Yes.
So they're not actually scenario 1 or proposal
Okay,
1 and 2.
yeah, it says residents priced at 95% of proposal 1. That's lower. And non-resident priced at 105% of proposal 1. So that should be higher, but it's not higher. It's lower by 5%. I think that proposal 2 line is all miscalculated for the residents. See, it went from 2189 down, not up 5%.
Matt, I think your note at the bottom shouldn't say proposal 1. It should say the group's recommendation.
I just think
I'll look at it, but the point was proposal 1 was the resident was at par.
1990.
The non-resident went 10% above.
Yeah, 2189.
Proposal 2, we took par and took residents down 5. And non-resident up 5.
But see, the non-resident's gone down 5 also.
So let me take a look at that.
I just think it's a calculation.
It could be. It could be.
It should.
non-resident. And then proposal 2.
Shouldn't it be
It
21?
will go down. It would go down because we're going down 5%.
No, it goes up 5%.
It goes down.
Non-resident goes up 5%. It says,
In proposal 2, it should go down 5%.
okay, so your note at the bottom is wrong. Resident priced at 95%, that's going down. And non-resident priced at 105, that's going up, but it's not going up, it's going down. Should be 90.
I'm saying up from, it's what it's relative to. So it's from the par. So it's from it's the numbers that we had.
So it's the 1890.
No. So proposal 1 is the updated study where we generate an additional $700,000.
Okay.
Then based upon that, proposal 1 is I took that par for resident and increased it 10% to get non-resident. And then on proposal 2, I took that par, took residents 5% down and non-residents 5% up. So there's still a 10% difference between those two, but it's based upon the par coming from the study.
Between the 18
Correct.
and the 2000.
Correct.
89. So that's the 10% between them. With that.
So everybody's going down from proposal 2 to proposal 1.
From proposal 1. But we're still
Everybody's
generating-
dropping. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I like proposal 1 then.
So proposal 1 is simply taking par and increasing.
I'd rather charge non-residents more, $21.89 than $2,089.
Are you going to charge residents higher? Because what
I
Matt
thought
did
he,
was
as I read that,
down-
we would take proposal 1 and drop residents to 1890, but we would bump up non-residents 5% to 2389. Going up 100, 2289, going up $100, not down $100.
This is a policy decision.
So the difference between resident and non-resident will increase to 15%,
Right.
rather than 10%.
Just the gap?
Yeah, the gap between.
All proposal did too is drop everybody's price. Every line of proposals 2 is less than proposal 1.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what I'm
and
saying.
then
Proposal 2
hopefully-
makes less revenue.
It makes what we would projected, yes. Proposal 2 would generate the par. Proposal 1 would generate
a little above.
A little bit more because we're taking residents as par, non-residents at 10% above.
Do we want to sell them?
That's the idea.
Yeah. Or do we want to make total money?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just pointing it out. I'm reading it differently than.
Understand it.
And then the other thing I'm saying is I would just round these all up to an even dollar. I don't like 1890.50 cents. Can we just?
I did that in the actual.
Okay.
I did that in the actual.
1900. I mean, let's make it.
So what you need is special meeting, let's say on Tuesday, the 30th, because we should have that open, right?
Not everybody does.
Oh, you want a special meeting?
Yeah, schedules are very, very busy.
So we can have it before the ribbon cutting. He needs to make it policy.
Tuesday the 30th?
Didn't Trina try to advertise this for the 25th next week?
I don't think Robin, do you know whether she started it? I don't think so. She wouldn't know that. It's got to have a specific
So when's
date, though,
that,
for the
Mayor?
public hearing.
That's next week on Thursday.
On Thursday.
I think so. I think she's waiting to hear what you guys decide tonight.
23rd then?
So
I'm
that-
not available
no,
next
she
week.
needs- She needs
That's
10
right.
days notice.
Yep.
And that's business days and weekends.
I believe so. Mhm.
Okay.
Oh,
That
that's
puts
the
us to the
23rd.
26th.
23rd's planning commission.
Yeah,
So-
that's a week. That's not 10 days.
That'll be 10 days.
Well, from the 3rd. You want it from October 3rd?
I would like to have it done before the 1st.
So he can make it.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, we have to get it before the ribbon.
So, and then what day do you want to do it?
Your schedules, I need to know what your schedules are.
There's a candidate debate on the 29th. And there's other engagements I have for those other days. But hey, Erin's here.
Okay,
Erin could
if she
do
needs
this.
10 days and she starts it tomorrow,
I can
that
do
puts
either.
us to the 27th, which that's the earliest
27th.
we can do it is the 27th. That's a Saturday.
So it's
So if we go back to Monday, the 29th, that's open. I can do that.
Mondays are rough.
Or Tuesday, the 30th, or Wednesday, the 1st. So we only have 3 days.
Yeah.
The 29th, the 30th, or the 1st.
I'd be up for the 30th. Yeah, just keep it simple.
But I'm,
Keep
the
it.
30th, I'm in Salt Lake. I'm going down to ULCT. Starts the next morning.
That's right.
I mean, we could do
We
it.
could do it
What
remote.
about on the 27th in the morning?
I'll call in if you want.
We could do it remote.
Because it's
Yeah,
just
I'd
that.
call in.
Can we all call in?
Yeah.
What about
Yeah,
the 20?
Really?
Yeah.
I can be here. In
How about the
person.
30th at noon?
Huh?
We've got meetings before in the year past. Yeah, when COVID, it was all.
I'm not registered.
Are y'all going to be at the league this year?
I'm not
Salt Lake?
registered
No?
this time.
Okay. Well, then Mayor and I maybe.
I'll
be there.
I'll be down there.
I'm up for the 30th.
Does a public hearing need to be held at 6?
No. No.
Could be at 4, could be at 5.
I want to make this as simple as we can for your schedules.
We need to have one physically here in this room so that we have somewhere that
Yeah.
people can come.
Yeah, if you're
to
here,
physically.
I'd recommend you come in here. Mhm.
Great. Yeah, I can do that.
So what's your choice?
I'm okay with 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, even 6 o'clock.
5 or 6, not 4.
Yeah, 5 or 6 for me. 5 would be all right for me.
Okay. So you want, Aaron, you want 6?
5 or 6
5 or 6?
or 7.
Mayor,
But
what?
not-
Let's do
I'm not gonna-
5.
I may not be able to come.
okay, 5 sounds great.
But do you guys want to go for 5:30 then?
Sorry?
Do you want to go for 5:30 or 6?
I'm fine. I'm fine
Five,
for
five,
5.
fine.
Five's great.
What is it?
6 o'clock,
6 o'clock?
Tuesday, September 30th, 6 o'clock.
All right. We got it. 6
Fantastic.
6:30.
Outstanding.
Hey, Matt, when you go and
6.
and I appreciate the idea of non-residents paying more. I got curious about our other fees. When you
Mhm.
go, I don't know if we want to do this, but some of our other fees are really all wackadoo. So opening, closing on weekdays on normal gravesites, non-resident pays 31% more. Opening, closing on weekends, they only pay 17% more.
Yep.
It's
I brought the same issue up.
all over the place. So I think by default, I think we ought to go to non-residents paying more by a percentage, maybe the next time we think about it, just because that makes it really easy to explain. And then one other question I had, where we're breaking off those fees for the things that are different, right? So the niche enrichment or whatever, the niche opening and closing, does staff have the ability to not charge that fee? So for instance, police officer, something like that. Would they have the ability to say, we're going to waive that this time?
So I've had to deal with an employee killed in line of duty, and what we did in that situation is the city stepped up and paid for all burial costs. I imagine if something happened, God forbid, that we would come before you and request that to take place.
Okay, great.
You don't waive it.
What's that?
You don't waive necessarily.
That's what I was asking is do we have the ability, do they have the ability to say, you know what, we're not gonna do that?
Yeah.
That care fee, if I bought that, that would be a one-time fee.
No. I've added column K with column L to get the total in column M. What staff talked about is consolidating those instead of having a bunch of independent fees that are confusing. Just consolidate the care fee with the niche fee and make it just one fee.
Maybe add, I was gonna say, maybe add, if that's the case, I'd love to add the language that there's a part of this that's going to a care endowment or something like that, just so people
That's the
understand.
same
Jeremy
thing.
needs to put that in the contract.
That's the same thing there's with the plot. If you buy a plot, there's some percentage, I don't recall, that's going to perpetual care.
Just to remind people that that's part of what they're paying for here is that ongoing maintenance. Love it.
Okay, are you clear, Matt? We're coming back and
Love
we'll
it.
get this
Thank you.
advertised. Okay, are you ready for communication items?
Yeah, let me bring that up.
Thank you.
I also have a communication item before we're done, Mayor, if that's okay.
Am I still the presenter? Oh, that's good.
Yes, that's you.
So I've got on my screen a PowerPoint now.
You shared Excel, you just have to change your share.
Stop sharing and then reshare, Matt.
There we go. All right. Council, I got a number of things I want to share with you. First is the columbarium ribbon cutting and program. If you wouldn't mind taking one of these, and this is the actual program for the ribbon cutting. Just to refresh your memory, we've got 3 days of open houses. They go from Wednesday, October 1st, Tuesday, October 2nd, and Thursday, Friday, October 3rd. And then the ribbon cutting, of course, is also on the 3rd of October. Those are being planned and set in motion. But what I'm in need of tonight is, if you'll notice on the program for the ribbon cutting, down there you'll see approximately 2/3 of the way down on the front table, council member comments. I wanted to invite council members the opportunity to make a remark. And if so, let me capture that so I can put your name here. I'm also looking for someone to do a dedicatory prayer. I didn't know if council was interested in doing that, or whether maybe you think of asking Mark or maybe someone else. I want to give the first right of refusal to someone on the council if that you feel so inclined. But anyway, the main thing here is if there is a member of the council that would like to make a minute remark, I need to know that so I can put this on the agenda. No?
Can we ask about a dedicatory prayer?
What if we asked Shane Finley to give that?
Who?
What?
Who? James?
Oh, James Smedley. He dedicated.
No, Shane
dedicated
Finley.
Tabernacle.
Shane Finley.
Oh, yeah.
Shane Finley, the Mountain
Oh, Shane
Community
Finley?
Church or whatever.
Yes.
The pastor over there.
Yes.
Could do that, or you could do Lithgow's. The other
Mountain View
Lithgow,
Fellowship.
the patriarch.
I'm wondering if Catherine Berg,
Or the
husband.
the leader of the Jewish church in Park
Yeah.
City.
Give me some names and I'll follow up.
That maybe Ron Carlisle has an idea. There's plenty of people to ask.
Okay. Council members, are you interested in making any remarks? Okay.
I'm not doing it.
Okay. All right. Let me move on then. So I will look with Catherine Berg, see if her husband wants to. I'll go with Ron to see if he's got some recommendations. Okay.
Right. Probably somebody that would be part of that historical recognition.
I love it. All right. Let me move on then really quick. Next is roundabout art.
Oh, Matt,
Yes.
this is a program. I know Catherine's is spelled with a K.
Yeah, I saw that email.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. All right, roundabout art. Just let you know, we have commissioned the artist to do the eagle at the Daniel Road roundabout. That's expected to be done sometime in late November, so that is underway. In terms of a 550 roundabout update, the sheepdog on the right side is nearing completion. It should be installed next week.
Okay.
I've been told they want it adjacent to the guy on the horse, and it's closer to him than the sheep. So I've communicated that to Jonathan Levine, and he's going to make that happen. He's also going to, once he comes and installs the sheepdog, he's going to go up to this roundabout. He's going to meet with a couple people who are interested in donating $15,000 to art on this roundabout if it's Chief Tabby or something related to Chief Tabby.
Wow.
And so what they've talked about is the picture on the right. Now, I recognize that's a female, but the notion is you would have Chief Tabby in his dress pulling a horse that is in its dress. And so I show you that just to kind of give you a sense of what they want to do. Jonathan's going to look at it to see if he can do it. And then, of course, see if there's enough room in that roundabout to pull it off. Once he can make sure that's the case, we're going to get some concepts from Jonathan, and then we're going to go to the Timpanogos tribe and make sure we get their blessings. But I need your blessings first.
Does not seem like that's going to be enough space for a horse.
It's 27 feet, ironically, that roundabout. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Big horse.
Diameter.
Perfect.
Don't mind.
Mm-hmm. But I need your consensus. Are you okay with that type of art in that roundabout?
Yes, please.
Yes. Do they want him to not be leading the horse, but to be on the horse or
Eating the horse.
Yeah, they probably want him to lead the horse.
Explain why.
I don't know.
But I just.
I don't know.
There's a story.
Remember, Heidi,
Chief Happy buried his son that was killed on a hunting accident up in the cemetery. And he brought his son on a horse to Heber Hatch and asked him for a priesthood blessing or for a Mormon type thing with the priesthood there. They did that, and then they burned his, or they buried his pony and different things. And so they had the Mormon situation and brought him on a horse, and then the Indian ceremony, and then buried him in that cemetery. His boy's buried.
Well, that's very touching.
Yeah,
I was
let's
hopeful.
just see what they say.
I mean, I have no idea what full dress would be. I don't know if that would honor him or not, but I think it could. And I would want that to be as elegant or, as fitting as possible to honor his position in the
Seems like
tribe.
It's relatively easy to reach out to the tribe. They have a ton of contacts on their site.
I'm sorry, are we gonna reach out to the Native Americans and make sure we're not like?
We have to,
Yes.
the tribe.
Doing something wrong.
We absolutely have to. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So council, we still have a lot of refining to do, but before I spend any time going down this path, do I have your blessings to do that?
You think 15
Yes.
would cover it, or do you think you're going to need to come back for funds?
I think I don't know what's going to cost. I know that the art on the Daniel Road roundabout is not as expensive as I thought it was going to be. And there's probably 10,000 left over from there. We could push over. That makes 25,000. So that probably put us close based on what the Horseman on 550 cost us. So I think we might be close to getting it done, but won't know until Levine gets in there and does his estimate.
I like it.
Me too.
Very Heber Valley historic.
Full story, if it's true. Mark might have made it all up.
Okay, next item is I was asked by Eric Rowland to request from this body the selection of 2 council members to join with a Wasatch County subcommittee to vision viable future uses for the county administration parcel.
But I thought we already had that committee. It was Scott and I.
I don't know if you want to go with those 2 or someone new. This is actually a new endeavor. This is looking at the parcel and seeing what ultimate uses could go there and to work as a partnership to perhaps realize that vision in the future. And so council, it's up to you. You can go with Scott and Heidi.
If it's those 2 already, I think that makes sense,
Right.
but it depends how fast it gets off the ground.
If you guys want to,
we don't have-
volunteer, I'm sure Scott and I are still open. Why is this different from the purchase? They want to know the uses before the purchase. Is that it?
I think the Wasatch County Council, again, I don't want to speak for them,
I
just my
can
understanding.
speak for what I've
Please.
actually heard if you'd
Please.
rather. So I've been contacted by 2 of the council members who have expressed concerns of maximizing a profitable something there and looking for a more and looking for a more civic use if they were to contemplate sale. And I think their feedback to us was, come along with us on this and let's talk about it, rather than the thing that we've said publicly, which is, hey, we're interested. We'd like to do RFP is the wrong word, but a study to figure out what's possible. They didn't like that idea. It's just 2 that I've talked to, but those 2 did not like that idea. And both of them asked us to think of civic uses. And then my feedback to them was, hey, that's good insight, which we've never heard. And I think they came back with,
About it in our subgroup meeting.
sure. I think they're coming back and saying, great, come along with us. Let's talk about it. Let's think about it. Let's consider.
Okay.
There's a thought to partner with us rather than sell it to us.
Correct. Yeah.
Oh, is that the actual idea?
As an anecdote there,
Partner
one
with
of
us
the
on
2
a really
people-
great downtown civic project that would show, do a lot of things.
One of the 2 people I talked to, I mentioned an idea I had, and kind of off the cuff said, well, that would never work because I can't go to taxpayers and pay full market value for something that would be no return, right? And the individual said, well, actually, if that's what you were looking at, we would probably come down a lot in price. So they have this mentality of thinking through, well, if they like it and it's something that's more civic minded, perhaps we can negotiate a lot more than we've thought possible.
So-
That's where they're coming from on
So
this.
council, I would love to be a part of that 100% if you'd want me. to be a part of the subcommittee. This block
I
is.
support Sid. I think
This is
I would
huge.
love to do that too, but I think I'm not going to just because of I own property across the street. And I think that's too close
This
to.
block is very, very important to Heber City and the Heber Valley for the historic preservation of it.
How
And I'd be
soon?
happy to, but I just got on that arts one, and that seemed like it's going to take a bit of time. So,
Can I ask how soon they want to meet?
They didn't indicate.
Is it this year?
I think so.
I think so. Sooner the better, I
Okay.
think.
Well, I'm happy to keep going this year, right? And I'm just pretty sure it's going to go into next year too. And so.
I agree with that. Okay. So Sid and Heidi.
definitely have to change
Good with that.
Okay.
change the group.
Moving on, I have spoken with Dustin and with Eric when he spoke with me, and the county is still very interested in executing a purchase sale agreement with us for the firehouse. And so you could probably see action on this hopefully within the next month or two, perhaps.
So they're not concerned about using it for transportation any longer or storage?
They've indicated to me they're willing to enter into a deal with us.
Talk about the appraisal price?
I think they're willing to go with the appraisal price. I've not heard anything different, and I'm not led to believe it'd be anything different. Yes. So, drum roll, water losses. Let me give you some context. For the last 3 or 4 years, we have been confused, flummoxed by an increasing water loss report. Typically in local government systems, water systems management, water loss percentages less than 10% is deemed essentially a standard, industry standard. Our losses were above 20%. And Russ and Matthew were working feverishly to figure something out. We weren't getting anywhere fast. What made it more frustrating is we've replaced almost every water line on the central district on the east side, and we weren't seeing numbers come down. And my staff had the brilliant idea of putting locks, literally locks on the hydrants. We completed that in May. You'll notice that since May, what has happened to our water loss report.
What? Wow. Fantastic.
What? Are you
and no complaints, right? Because no one dares to admit.
Right.
It's construction.
This is.
Do you have the other line that goes up with the paid construction taps?
You know what? I'd be interested to look at that. It really would be.
You know, we were kind of wondering at the sewer district why our lagoons in the storage areas were being drawn down so much. And it makes, I don't know, I'm going to try to figure that connection out. But wow, that is so drastic.
Yes.
That means that our revenue should be increasing too.
Or for meter sales, yes.
Yes,
Yes.
commensurately, which is very useful.
It is. It is. We are working out a theft issue with the contractor for the new high school, working through that. So we do know there has been theft. We do know that locks have curtailed it significantly, and we'll continue to monitor it.
Cool. That's great.
So if we go back to April, March, February, January, those are all above 20%?
Yes. Yes.
Even through the winter?
30% in January.
Can I
Planning meeting.
can I make a comment on Mike's question?
Yeah.
This is Matthew Kennard. So during the winter months, Mindy does averaging. So those months we did pull the data, but it wasn't necessarily useful because we didn't have accurate meter reads just because during the winter months we were averaging. So that's why we did not include those. And May is actually when we began installing the locks. We finished up right around June. So that's the curve downward begins in May, and obviously it keeps going down after that. We did have quite a few contractors come up to us while we were installing the locks and say, where are we going to get our water now? So we directly down to
That's awesome.
down to City Hall to pick up our
No more sheets.
hydrant meters, which we've purchased, I believe, 12 more hydrant meters, all of which have been rented out. We have none on in stock currently because they're all rented out.
Wow.
great.
Matthew, way to go. That was a phenomenal response, so quick, and has actually nailed the issue. Wow.
You can't turn it off.
Absolutely.
It just does it for a minute at 10 every week.
And then lastly, just an update.
Or reminder.
Recall you approved an amendment to the Jordan Hill Ridge Master Development Agreement that modified the affordable housing requirements. It really essentially fast forwarded the timeline to bring 15 homes online for affordable housing use. The first two are going to go out to, what's the word they use? We are going to, what's that? Well, yeah, it's going to essential employees, but there's
They
this
become available for application.
lottery. It's a lottery word. So they're going to be doing a lottery for essential employees per the agreement in about 4 weeks. We're going to spend the 4 weeks advertising, promoting to make sure that all the essential employees at the hospital, the city, the county, the school district, the other districts are aware, can put their name in the hat and make sure they're qualified to do that. So council, I applaud you. You approved that agreement. We now have affordable housings coming up for placement. Well done.
That's fantastic. I'm so glad you went with the lottery idea, because if it can be done openly and fairly like that, and everybody has a fair chance, to
That's right.
obtain it, and you're going to help. I noticed Tony sent out that pre-qualification seminar. That was, at least I thought that was fantastic. Do we know if the county's doing anything like that? Or will they, if they win the lottery, will they still have time to get pre-qualified?
Yeah, so there's a lot of work they got to do to qualify for the lottery, and only if they
Oh.
qualify will they be their name be put in the hat, so to speak.
Okay.
Like the Willy Wonka golden ticket.
I've got a golden ticket.
Movie, right?
Let's get more
That's
units
all I
and then it
have.
won't matter as much.
Well, it still needs to be done fairly like that, right?
I
That's
move
just,
that we adjourn the
Well,
meeting.
as fairly as we did.
Second.
Sorry, I have a communication item, if I may.
Okay, all in
Okay.
favor?
Yes.
Already asked.
Wait, Russ has a communication.
Communication.
The Central Heber Replacements Project is winding up quickly. This week, 200 north from 1st East to 5th East and the block to the south will be paved. We'll have one more block to pave. That will be, I think it's going to be September 26th, but it will be sometime that week. That will be the last paving. And then there's basically going to be cleanup and restoration that's going to take us mid to end of October, but it's wrapping up quickly. A couple things I want to make you aware of. Our last water service is expected to be connected this Friday. It depends on the results of the bacteria testing that we're supposed to have those results back today. I need to check. I haven't been able to follow up on that, but potentially Friday. If not Friday, it's going to be next week. We're trying to put together a picture or something to kind of celebrate this last connection of this huge project. So that's one thing I want to make you aware of. Trying to coordinate with Ryan Bonnell. We may reach out and try to invite you to come for a picture or something.
That should go in the time capsule.
Yeah.
Second thing, and I'm trying to be quick here, is the contractor wants to do a thank you barbecue to the community for working with them patiently for 4 years. And so
that's
there's a
awesome.
barbecue scheduled for the 25th, September 25th. It's going to be at Main Street Park. It's going to be from 4 to 7. We will put some information out on social media, and there's been some other stuff that'll go out on the project webpage. But just FYI, September 25th, they're going to have some raffle drawings that the subcontractors and contractor and engineer are donating some prizes. There'll be some other swag and things like that. But anyway, I want to make you aware of that. It's September the 25th, Main Street Park. It'll be from 4 to 7.
They're inviting the east side. Is that what they're doing?
The idea is to invite those that were impacted most by the project. To be honest, they're really having a hard time trying to figure out how many people to plan for. They're kind of thinking, well, I think it'll be around 300. I have no idea. I said,
idea.
I don't know.
Can we do
So
a target text with that?
A target text. I think we just let them be in charge of it and see how it goes. And if they have to run and pick up more hot dogs, they have to run and pick up more hot dogs. But anyway,
Sounds good.
please come and participate.
Right, let us know about the Friday picture time if possible.
Yeah, I just need to
Good
verify.
luck, Russ. This is going to be such a relief for you and your team. Wow.
And Public Works,
Can you believe it was
Public
4
Works
years?
team, they have put countless hours in on flushing, bacteria testing, water shutoffs, noticing, and
Great.
so it's been a huge team effort.
It's amazing. We didn't quite know what we were getting ourselves into, but to get this far and get it done, absolutely astounding. People will not realize the amount of work that staff has done.
No question.
To get this project over the finish line. Absolutely amazing. That was a full court press for 4 years. Wow. Back to maybe the day job, right, Russ? Not all the extra.
We have a motion to adjourn.
Let's pay the bond first, right? Or those bonds. Okay, let's take the vote. All in favor of adjourning?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes.